Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Chess24, and welcome to this very special match that has just kicked off. It is a friendly, I will say friendly, it's not, maybe not that friendly when we get into the details, but it's a challenge match between two people I know very well, two friends, two very strong grandmasters in a Sweden versus England battle, which is very rare in itself. It's a match between Grandmaster David Howell, many times considered the greatest talent to come out of the UK since Mickey Adams, Nigel Short. He's been British champion, been over 2,700. He's, of course, now extremely well known for his commentary exploits and his work for the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, residing in Norway and commentating on the hottest online tournament, of course, in the world with Magnus Carlsen and the rest of the elite players in the world. So David, getting back to business on the board, of course, just a fantastic player in his own right. And he's playing against one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Grandmaster Nils Grandelius also was 2,700 at his peak, has come off a little bit, but when we think about talented chess players, when we use that word talent or natural talent, naturally gifted, Nils very much falls into that category. A superstar player, creative genius, one of the most amicable and affable players, people really you'll ever meet. And it's great to see this challenge take place, which is taking place in the Swedish residence in London. Now, many of you guys watching know that I'm from London. I couldn't make it there at the moment, so I'm doing this remotely. But one guy who is there is somebody who I can also consider a dear friend, somebody I've known for many years now, and somebody you will also know if you've been tuning into the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, if you tuned into the World Championship coverage. It is the one and only the Brynsky, Askild Bryn, live from London. Askild, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the wonderful introduction. Love it. Yeah, so I'm in London. I'm at the chess shop, just a few minutes away from the Swedish embassy. And yeah, hopefully we can get the players to join me here one of the days after the games to get some insight to what's going on. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. And And as you said, both of these players have been above 2,700. They're also good friends. They know each other, been working together several times on chess. But I have a question, Lawrence. Who do you regard as the favorite in this one? If you look at the ratings, it's so close, but
incredible.
What are your predictions?
You know what? I think David is slight favorite because I think the time control suits him much better. We'll talk about that now. Actually, it's a classical match. There are going to be 10 classical games, and for the first 5 games, it's going to be a time control of 2 hours in 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with the bonus time of 30 seconds. Now, I've known David Howell for a very long time, and I can tell you this. There's nobody on this planet, maybe him and Luke McShane, who love a long game more than these guys. I mean, he loves playing long classical chess. Nils, of course, has played tons of long games himself, but I don't regard Nils as somebody who really loves playing 6-7 hour games every single day. So I think that is going to be a factor.
Absolutely.
And so
I think they had some negotiations because you're on the point here, and Nils obviously wanted shorter games, and David was like, no, I want the full 7-hour games. So that's why I think half the match is with a very long time control, and then halfway through they'll go down to about 5 hours classical chess.
In the second half, so for the first 5 games they do that, and in the second half they cut the time control to, I believe, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then plus 30 seconds. So 90 minutes in 40 is the more modern FIDE time control, and what they're playing now is a bit more of an old school time control, which is very interesting. And so I would say David is probably ever so slight favorite, but I expect a very, very competitive and close match. And Askild, perhaps you can outline what these guys are actually playing for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the opening expert, but I guess this is some type of Berlin opening. Is that correct?
No. What I'm saying is what they're playing for in terms of the prizes.
The prize money. The prize money. This is interesting because this is what we've done now on the Champions Chess Store. So what we did for the Airthings Masters, all the players played for money in each game in the preliminaries, and David and Nils, they will actually get £1,500 for each victory. If it's a draw, they get £500 and 0 money if they lose the game. So I really like this development in chess because then the players really have a great incentive to fight, go for the win in each game. And we did see that actually in the preliminaries of their Things Masters. The draw percentage was very low compared to other tournaments. So I'm really a fan of this new way of thinking in general.
Yeah, I think the added incentive to fight for wins and being rewarded for that is really very good. And it doesn't surprise me at all, Askild, that in the preliminaries of the first tournament of the Airthings of the tour, that the draw percentage went down rapidly. So people are now encouraged to fight. £1,500 for a win is a huge amount of money. 10 wins is £15,000. Not that somebody's going to score 10 out of 10, but getting 5 or 6 wins is very much in the realm of possibility. That's also nearly £10,000. So it's a big tournament. There's a lot to fight for. Even a draw for £500 is really fantastic. And I'm really excited about what's on the board because the game has kicked off, and we've got a line here which I've been truly salivating at the thought of seeing in top-level chess. So I'm going to go through the moves, and hopefully what I will do is make sure that I don't block the screen. But Nils playing white sticks to e4. He's been an e4 player, I would say, pretty much 99% of his career. Nils has had fantastic success. And David has also been a 1e5 player for as long as I can remember, basically. And here, knight f3. Okay, knight c6 is pretty standard, and we get a Spanish. And David plays a Berlin. David has also played with a6, bishop a4, and knight f6, of course, like most top grandmasters. But he's played Berlins for, I would say, a large portion of his career. This is clearly a very solid attempt by David to start the match off. Nils plays the main move, castles, knight takes e4. And now Nils goes for the, let's call it the rookie one main line in the Berlin, rather than the absolute main line with d4. I'm sure Nils has got plenty of experience in both. And after rook d1, knight to d6, we reach the first really fantastic moment, because in this position here, the main move by far is to play the move knight takes e5, which I'm sure you've seen before as well, Askild, this position. Yep. The point is that you can't take this bishop because knight takes c6 check wins the queen. So white wins the pawn back. And what tends to happen is black blocks with the move bishop e7. And now white drops the bishop back to f1. And I believe David has had this position a number of times. You can take, and castle. That's one line. I even think David has probably tried the move knight to f5 here as well, if I remember correctly. Tons and tons and tons of theory. But Nils immediately goes for a very rare line in the form of the move pawn to a4. Now, it's going to be really curious to see what David does here. The main move by far in this position after a4 is just to develop the bishop with e7, bishop e7, and carry on getting your pieces out. However, you can play the move a6. And after bishop to f1, now go bishop to e7. And after knight takes e5, we actually have the main line that we were just looking at, this position here, with the inclusion of a4 and a6. Now, Nils is a man of detail, and I wonder if he is going to try and find a way to claim that the inclusion of these moves benefits white. I can't quite see it yet, but he might try that. By the way, this was seen in a game between Cornet and Van Forest from 2020. Van Forest actually won that game with black. Instead, though, after a4, I fully expect David to play bishop to e7. And this is where things get very interesting, because here, the main move is actually not to take back on e5, but rather to play the move knight to c3. And if black now castles, which is, again, the main move by far, white, who has had the opportunity to win the pawn back already lots of times, now tends to favor the move pawn to d4. The results for black in this line have been really, really, really good. This is kind of a pawn sacrifice line that you really don't see that often in the Berlin. But actually, after d4, what most players are playing is they are not taking back. Maybe after e takes d4, white has got a number of options here. For example, something like knight to d5, or screams out actually as a potentially very dangerous idea. The point being, we're threatening to take and take. So white is 2 pawns down, but at the moment, black has got some serious issues with this bishop. Also, this bishop is ready to come out. We can always win a pawn back, so we're only 1 pawn down. There's a lot of initiative here, all of a sudden. So one way black tends to face this line is to actually give the pawn back under favorable circumstances with the move e4. And now after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4. If it was white's move here, he would play d5 and he would be in full control. But thankfully for black, it's his move. You can play d5. The rook comes to e1. And now you can either put the bishop on d7 or you can put it on g4. Luke McShane, for example, has had this game against Dubov in 2019, and the position is just fine for black because it's a bit static. So that's a little summary of this move. Now, it's going to be interesting. David, who is known for his long thinks, perhaps hasn't looked at this for a while, or perhaps is trying to remember his lines. But at least we're not going to get a dull Berlin main line.
Recording
We've got
in
something
progress.
at least a little bit different. Askild,
Do
your thoughts?
you think David is for me, it seems like he's a bit surprised now because he's already had a 7-minute think. And if he was prepared for this move, he would have played bishop e7 or a6 already, don't you think?
Yeah. It's not completely clear to me because David, even though he knows lines, loves to take his time. So it's just completely standard to me that he's taking his time. One thing I think we can agree on is that he didn't really expect this, probably. Now, what I can do, because we've got so much time, is I can actually see what Nils has played against the Berlin. I'm checking here in my database for most of his career. So I'll do that. And I can tell you now that Nils, let's see here. Nils has played, after knight d6, he's played the main line knight takes e5 a whole bunch. He's played this against Adams and Perugia. He's also played anti-Berlins. So here he's played the move after knight f6, he's played the move d3, a move 4. And his most recent game against Gawain Jones, in fact, is where he played this. He also played this against Oleksienko, and he played it against Tari. So he's not played the move pawn to a4, as far as I can tell on the database. Now, let's see if David has actually had a game in this line with black. And I do not see a game of David's.
Wow. Okay. This is interesting.
Yeah. I do see a game, though, of Lars Oskar Haug, the Hoagster.
He's a Norwegian chess player, recently became a Grandmaster, actually. So he's the latest Grandmaster in Norway.
Did he actually get the title, did he?
Yeah, he got the title at the end. So
fantastic.
He's about 2,500. Just became a Grandmaster. So we actually have a lot of Grandmasters now in Norway. I'm a bit surprised, Lawrence. There aren't more Grandmasters in England if you compare the two countries.
It's been a very difficult period for English chess, I think, over the past 10, maybe 20 years. We had a great period in the 70s and 80s. With probably the second strongest team in the world. We had Short, Miles, Adams, Spielman, amongst others. So we had a whole group of Grandmasters, and then we had a lot of very decent Grandmasters that weren't, let's say, elite Grandmasters, but that were very decent. So if you think of Grandmasters like Mark Hebden, for example, and that group of Grandmasters, Glenn Fleer, Gallagher, Hodgson, well, actually, Julian probably belongs to the super elite level, but we had that group. And then after that period, I would say that, it's been kind of, well, there was a small period where we produced Gawain Jones, David Howell from that generation, Luke McShane. And after that, there's really been a lack of Grandmasters produced in England. Yep. Our newest Grandmaster, Ravi Harya, is the youngest Grandmaster we've had for a while. He's only 22, I believe. Ravi's a really nice guy. But we just don't have the infrastructure, it seems, at the moment to be able to produce top-level chess players, which is very, very sad. Something I've been thinking about for a long time. Where are the young English talents? Of course, we've got some young talents, but where are the super standout potential Grandmaster talents? And the answer to that is completely unclear to me. So it's sad. Whereas, of course, in Norway, you've been aided by the boom, thanks to Magnus.
We've had the boom now, I guess, for 10, 12 years already. And as you said, we also had a lot of strong players in the 80s and 90s. Simen Agdestein, especially. I think he was up to number 16 in the world in the 80s. Mm-hmm. So he was a world-class player, but he was also a professional football player.
He was. So didn't he score a goal against England?
That might be correct. I know he scored for the national team. So he did have a few games for the national team in football. And I think big, Turkish clubs wanted to buy him, but he liked to play in his hometown of Oslo. So he was playing football and chess professionally at the same time. But then he got a knee injury, so he had to retire. But then after he retired from football, his chess wasn't at the same level either. So that was interesting. But obviously, for the last 25 years, he's been the head coach at the Chess Academy outside of Oslo, where, all the great Norwegian players, myself included, have attended the last...
So all the great players and you.
Yeah, that's another way to put it. But Magnus Carlsen, Jon Ludvig Hammer, Adrian Tari, Johan Sebastian Christiansen, all the good players. So Simen has definitely been helping out for promoting Norwegian chess and chess players. That's for sure.
Indeed.
Okay, so he played Bishop E7 in the end.
He did play Bishop E7 and Knight to C3 and castles. So we're following the absolute main line of this variation. And now I expect Nils to play the most critical move, which looks like to play the move D4. After which I either expect David to play A6 or E4. But this move E4 looks like a fairly simple solution. I guess the move Knight takes D4 also does exist here, I should point out. But after takes, and once again, Knight D5, I think this is a sort of position that David really wants to avoid a well-prepared player in, because things can get messy very, very quickly. And without having looked at it in detail before the game, I just don't think it's something you want to do. So I think the practical decision for David is to play the move pawn to E4. And after takes to play D5, as we said. Yep. Maybe you can play A6 here first as well. That's not a stupid idea. Because after bishop takes C6, now D takes C6 is a very favorable trade for black, because now this bishop enters the game and black is very solid and white has nothing. And so after A6, bishop F1, D5, you can get the same position without giving white the additional possibility of taking on C6. That also makes a whole bunch of sense. So there are little move orders and nuances in this position, and I'm curious to see how David goes. But David responding relatively quickly for his let's say, style. And D4 now on the board. It's good also that they're playing very quickly. Maybe we'll get a quick one today. Who knows?
But as you said, I think some of these lines look a bit dangerous for black. And if you get greedy, snacking up on those pawns, I think white will have a lot of play with the bishops and the open diagonals towards the black king. I think E4 definitely makes a lot of sense. Just simplify and neutralize a bit.
Yeah, I don't see David playing any other move except E4, really. It's just, what's the point of trying to be too spicy in this position, right? I just don't see it.
And it's also the first game of the match. You don't want to take too many risks, especially with the black pieces.
Precisely, yeah. as I say, there have been some games recently. There was a game between Hari Krishna and Wesley So in this line. That was actually at the Berlin candidates tournament. So that went e4, takes, rook takes e4, d5. Oh no, sorry, this was actually not correct. Sorry, this didn't happen. I beg your pardon. There was a slightly different move order thing. So let me just see what the most recent game is. Yeah, pretty much all so ignore what I said about Wesley So, that's not true. Pretty much everybody recently is playing the move e4. So Alexeyev, Tomaszewski, McShane, Shagirov, Sadwani, Aronian in 2015 played e4. Yeah, it's just not even a question.
But it makes a lot of sense to play it, right? And when you don't have too many good options, I guess you tend to find that one move.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have that many moves anyway. Again, the move a6 might exist, but even that, you might then you might have to start analyzing d takes e5, something like a takes b5, e takes d6, and then knight takes b5. Not saying this is much for white, if anything, but at least, again, it's another line you have to analyze, and it doesn't look that great for black either. Looks like white's got a slight initiative here, which could be annoying. So I don't know, bishop c5, let's say, and here you already have to analyze bishop g5, right?
Yep.
Because the queen is in trouble. f6, queen d5 check already looks losing for black.
Yeah, this looks good for whites.
Yeah, this looks bad. You can't be doing this. You play e4, and then of course the question is, what has Nils prepared? Because after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4, let's say d5. Does he want to try something here? Also, I should point out that, again, remember that d5 is not the only move. This move a6 here also makes a bunch of sense. Has been played by a number of grandmasters, but let's say d5. Does he have another rook move that is kind of interesting? I personally don't see it. That said, another rook move that does exist has been played by two grandmasters. One is Louis Engel, which is, do you know Louis Engel, Askild?
No, I don't think so.
No? Louis Engel is a very young, very talented grandmaster from Hamburg. Mm-hmm. And when I say very young, I mean really very young. Sort of can't be more than 18, I would guess. And also the other grandmaster played this, there were two, was no other than Johann Sebastian.
Okay, interesting. So rook e3?
The move rook e3. Now, again, I would be very curious if this was played, because Johann Sebastian Christiansen, if you don't know, guys, somebody Askild knows very, very well, very talented young guy. They put the rook on e3, I guess with the idea that this rook is a bit more mobile on the third rank, can probably come to a lot of places. It's quite an interesting move.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you can get it to d3 at some point and target the black king, adding the bishop to the party as well.
Exactly. And in fact, his game against Igor Lisi, this was at the European Championship in Skopje, it went bishop d6, takes, the knight came into e5. And the idea now was that this rook can swing across and bishop h6 suddenly exists. And all of a sudden you've got
attack going.
An attack, yeah. Again, we're talking a bit far in advance, because after d4, first we need to see e4, but also, knight takes d4, e takes d4 to exist. There's also this other move of a6. So I'm going to be very curious to see what David goes for. However, yeah.
But even though David obviously likes to have a long think, I have a feeling that Nils is the better prepared player for this match. I have to say, because David's been so busy, you know, in Norway working on the tour, enjoying life when he's not working. I don't think he's been. I don't think he had time or energy actually to prepare as much as he would like to. But I guess he's now banking on his knowledge and the work you've done in the past. But also, do you think, I mean, he's following top level chess on a monthly basis with these tournaments. And I guess that also helps him to get up to date on novelties in the openings and so on. To get some ideas at least, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, David, he commentates top level chess. He's got a very good memory. He's got very good recall for lines. So if he needs to remember something, he's like, oh yeah, this was played in you know, X game. And so I don't think he's going to struggle. I think he's just going to try and remember some stuff. And I'm pretty sure, you know, the fact he's played bishop e7 in castles, he's seen the move e4 before, he's seen this line. So the onus really is on Nils to show what idea he has. And I am curious because it doesn't look like, you know, there have been any big new ideas in this line. So is this a way for Nils just to test David's knowledge in this particular line? And if David plays e4 and d5 and finds a way to make it easy, then so be it. Nils is kind of happy with that. Or I don't know, or are we going to see something new? That's the question.
I think you're onto something, and if he gets that type of answer, let's say David is able to neutralize, do you think then we'll see a different opening choice from Nils in game 3?
You mean do you think we'll see this again in game 3?
Yeah.
Almost certainly not. I think this is definitely a one move idea. Sorry, an idea for one game. Basically, I don't think this is an idea you can repeat because it looks as though Black can just get a very easy game in a number of ways. And this isn't even, you know, for example, after a4, bishop e7, knight c3, this move a6 also looks like a really decent move in this position. So I just don't see Nils repeating this, and I think he's just testing the water with David, basically.
So I guess we're predicting e4 then, and then or a6.
Yeah, I still think e4 is like 90% favorite to land. It would be great to see e takes d4 and knight d5 because then we'll really get a very, very unbalanced, a very, very sort of what's the word? Yeah, unique kind of game.
Yeah, we'll get some action, but it does look a bit scary for Black. And also the problem, I guess, in this position is the light squared bishop for Black on c8. It's a bit tucked away there.
The light squared bishop?
Yeah, for Black. Might need some time to get to a good square.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends. As I say, that's why e4 is such a good solution to everything, right? I'll just promote that variation here. That's why e4 is such a good solution, because you get the light squared bishop in by force, right?
Yep.
Either to d. So here we're going to g4 or going to d7, not allowing double pawns, have both been played. Which again is why e takes d4 is so double-edged, because after knight d5, yeah, you have to suddenly start calculating. And it's not completely, it's not completely clear. How's London today, Askild? So tell me, what's the weather like? Have you met up with these guys? Are they in good spirits? What's the story?
What's the story? So I arrived late last night. Apparently, there's a metro strike, so I had to take a taxi from the airport, and that was a 2-hour taxi to the city center.
Oh wow!
So terrible traffic.
Oh my goodness!
A bit, it was some rain, a bit cold. Guess you're used to it.
Yeah. You're not used to the cold. You're from.
Yeah, I'm used to the cold, but not the rain in early March. But no, it's not much better in Norway these days. So, and the plan was to meet up with the guys yesterday, but I think David arrived late in the evening. Right. And Nils already had dinner when I arrived at the hotel, so probably catch up with them after the game today. So it's nice to be here. Good to be back. Last time I was in London was actually just before the 2018 World Championship match between Caruana and Carlsen.
Yes.
So it's good to be back in London.
And actually, I have to say, the Swedish residence, I don't actually know where it is. If it's around the corner from the chess shop, so it's around Baker Street, that kind of area.
Someone told me it's only a 5-10 minute walk, but I guess I'll have to check Google Maps later on.
I'll do that. I think it is... Yeah, Portland Place, exactly. That's where it is. It's Portland. You're in the heart of Fitzrovia, Marylebone. Chelsea is not far away, so you're in a really nice part of town. That's for sure. A lot of embassies are in that area actually. So that's nice, and they look like they're playing in a very what I would say typically old school aristocrat room.
Yeah, it looks exactly how I pictured it actually, like in this with some fireplace and some type of library inside the residence, some old nice furniture and so on. Has a cozy vibe to it.
Yeah, that's
probably get some tea and crackers.
Crackers. Crumpets.
Biscuits.
Biscuits. Yeah. We don't have tea and crackers. We have tea and crumpets, which are a bit like waffles.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Very good. Bit of butter. Yeah. And what you've got to do is you've got to heat them up, heat the crumpets up, and then spread the butter on. And you can see the butter melt into
lovely
the crumpet. Yeah. A heart attack waiting to happen, but all good. I think we should remind everybody, of course, that they can chat to us. I'm looking at the Twitch chat, so it's twitch.tv/chess24gm. So this is the GM channel, because on the main Chess24 channel, there is coverage of the Belgrade Grand Prix. So we are on this channel. And we hope you enjoy the coverage. If you want to get in touch with us, you can mention something in the Twitch chat. I am watching. Azure Igloo says Marmite is a great crumpet enhancer. Wow, that is a very controversial thing to say. Marmite, you probably don't know, Askild. Do you know Marmite? Have you heard of Marmite?
No.
Okay, Marmite is this kind of weird kind of spread. So it's like you put it on crumpets or bread or things like that. So it's something you get a knife out and you spread it on. And it is one of the weirdest tasting things you'll ever have, basically. It's actually even very difficult to explain how it tastes because it's so unique. I can't even give you a a comparison. But one thing I can say about Marmite is that you either love it or you hate it. That's the famous saying. So in fact, if you hear somebody say, oh, this guy is a bit like Marmite, that means because he's a very polarizing character. Okay. You either love it or you hate it. I personally can't stand it, but I know people that love it. So thank you, Azure Igloo, for saying that Marmite is a great crumpet enhancer. That means that Azure Igloo loves the Marmite. And Patrick, the programmer, watching this from Texas. Wow. He's up early to watch this.
Howdy.
Patrick, the programmer, says, difficult to get Marmite here in Texas. Have to import it. Why would you do such a thing? Why would you do such a thing? Some more messages here. We've got Omni Chess says 2nd to the 12th of March. So Howell and Grandelius, yeah, they'll play 10 classical games. Long tournament, actually.
Yep.
10 games against each other, which is going to be quite intense. And Wojtek Melkor says, who is the chess player you are talking about? And we are talking about, oh, that must have been from before. Probably we're talking about Simon Adjerstein, if you were asking which is the chess footballer guy. So yeah, Simon Adjerstein.
Yes, and Simon is actually still one of the strongest players in Norway, but obviously his rating has fallen a little bit, but I think he's like ranked number 5 maybe now in Norway. So still up there.
Oh, he's a great player, Simon. Yeah, he's a great player. Absolutely.
And a really nice guy. And as I said, he's done so much for Norwegian chess and coaching all these now very talented players and help them along the way. So he's done a great, amazing job for Norwegian chess. And now he's actually the president of the Norwegian Chess Federation.
Ah, there you go.
So
there you go. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, I think he was elected last summer. So so he's already doing his thing now with the Norwegian Chess Federation.
There you go.
But as you said, Lawrence, a lot of chess going on these days. The second FIDE Grand Prix started yesterday. What are your thoughts on that one?
I don't have too many thoughts on it just yet. I mean, obviously with everything going on in the world as well, it's been a bit of a strange week or a few days. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? If you want to watch those games, feel free to go there, because I believe Peter, Svidler, Jan are doing that. But one thing I can say is in the first Grand Prix, I was very impressed with how Hikaru did. For obvious reasons, Hikaru now big favorite to qualify for the candidates. Yeah.
I believe that was his first classical tournament in, what was it, over 2 years. So that was really great achievement for him. And also I was impressed by Aronian. I think he's been playing some great chess last 6 months or so. Seems like after he moved to the US, things fell in place for him and settled in nicely. Even though he disappointed a little bit in the Airthings Masters, he didn't qualify for the knockout, which was a surprise, I have to say.
Really was, yeah. Yeah, so some interesting stuff going on. And I guess we will mention this throughout the stream, but my understanding is that there is a way to donate. I trust that's on the screen now if you want to donate to the Norwegian Refugee Council. And you can do that there should be some instruction on the screen to do that, Askild.
Yeah.
And there's a little bar. We're trying to raise $20,000, obviously to help those from Ukraine who are going through such a tremendously difficult time. And so far, I believe we've already raised over $1,000, and we've only been on the air for 45 minutes. So if you do want to donate, you can also check the link in chat. The mod has put in a link there. And with that money raised, food, water, sanitation, clothes even perhaps, will be given to the struggling people in Ukraine. So please do give what you can. I know that would be very much appreciated, and it's the least that we can do from our side as the chess community to at least support people in this just tragic event.
And also, Lawrence, we do have in just over an hour, there will be a charity tournament on Chess24 with some great players, and among them, international master Torstein Baa. He's a Norwegian chess player, and also the commentator for the NRK broadcast when they do the World Championship and Rapid and Blitz, etc. And he's actually working for the Norwegian Refugee Council.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he'll be streaming that event, the whole event. I think it's a 6-hour long stream. So, so join in on that tournament as well. You can play and watch the broadcasts at the same time. And if we're lucky, we might get him on the show actually just before the tournament starts. So we can talk a little bit more about the work they are doing and how we can contribute and so on.
Wonderful. Long think here by David. I hope we're still getting the moves through because it's been quite the thing.
But for me, it's like he enjoys the time trouble, you know. So it's like he just uses up all his time, even though he knows what to play. And some players are like that, you know. They feel they even play better when they're low on time and in time trouble. We've seen Gritchuk many times in time trouble, just splitting out the best moves. And well, Nils on the other end has spent 30 seconds. So, I don't know what to make of it.
Well, again, it's one of those where I think you're absolutely right. David really actually thrives being in time trouble, but I always get the feeling that he would have done better if he didn't get in time trouble. But it's just how he's kind of programmed. It's quite incredible.
What about you, Lawrence, when you play classical chess?
I'm horrible in time trouble.
Yeah.
I'm horrible. When I play, I very rarely play. I'm actually playing this weekend for the first time in a long time.
Where are you playing?
I'm playing the Bundesliga. Well, it's not quite the Bundesliga. It's what's called the Bundesliga Nord. So it's the second division. So if we win this league, we go up to the main Bundesliga. So we were in the Bundesliga. My team is Norderstedt, which is it's to the north of Hamburg. So I used to live in Hamburg. So I've been with this team for like 7 years or something. And we were in the Bundesliga twice. We got relegated because we've got a relatively weaker team for Bundesliga standards. But we managed to reinforce the team. We won the league last year. And now we're in the Bundesliga Nord. And I'll be playing my first game of classical chess for, I don't know, can't even remember. So I will be playing I don't even know who I'm going to be playing, actually. A couple of Grandmasters. Should be
Are you
fun.
looking forward to it?
Yeah, kind of. I've got a very early trip on Saturday, and I'm going to be playing Saturday afternoon. So I've got to travel all the way across the country. But traveling to a place called Lingen, which is right next to the Netherlands. So there's a good chance I get a Dutch player or, I really don't know. Depends who plays. But yeah, be nice to play again, maybe just distract myself as well by playing a bit of chess.
Absolutely. And you mentioned you still want to become a Grandmaster. Is that still...
Yeah. I mean, with the chaos of Corona and other things that's happened, it kind of made my plans difficult. But at some point in the near future, I will try. Yes, I will try.
And actually, the Norwegian League will be decided this weekend as well. And my team, Vålerenga, is in shared first place with the Magnus Carlsen's club, Offerspill. And we are playing Offerspill on Friday night. So the winner
will
of
Magnus play?
I mean, I would think so, actually, because we have a fairly strong team, and they are favorites if Magnus play, and I guess they really want that title. So it will be interesting to see, actually, if he's playing. But last time he played, he drew a 24-50 player in the Norwegian League. So yeah,
I saw that. I saw that game. In fact, he missed a relatively simple win as well, didn't he, Magnus?
Yeah, he did that, and after the game, we talked. We had him on for the new podcast I'm having, actually, with David Howell. He was joining us for a brief episode, and he said sometimes you have the feeling you have everything to lose, and that's what he felt when he was playing, in the Norwegian League against the 24-50 players, even with the white pieces, and he just had a great result in Tata Steel, gaining some rating points, and then he lost all those rating points in one game. So it's a bit tough for him, I guess. But he really loves his new club, and it will be interesting to see. And I actually have a theory, because both David and Nils are members of my club, Vålerenga.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
So
what's your theory?
So I think it's a bit coincidental that both of our two strongest players are now in London playing this match, while the Norwegian League is being decided, and no one really knows who's the sponsor of the match. It's an anonymous sponsor.
Really? It's completely anonymous?
Yeah, some people say it's a Swedish guy, someone say it's some English guy. But my theory is that maybe Magnus himself or his club has put this match together.
Oh,
so they won't be able to play in the league.
Wow, that's a real conspiracy theorist kind of take. Just to make sure that the two strongest guys aren't there, so that they get the win.
Yeah.
Is it worth? Is that how much value Magnus would place in winning that tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it means a lot to both him and the others in the club. And they also have other strong players, like Arian Tari, as we mentioned, Johan Sebastian Christiansen, Frode Urkedal. All the best Norwegian players, basically, are in that team. So, it will be fun. We actually have Jon Ludvig Hammer, though, in our team. So he recently switched clubs. So we also have a strong team. So everything will be decided this weekend.
I think I'm registered for one of these teams,
Yeah, I think you might be registered for Vålerenga, actually. I think the plan was
I don't know which
come
one.
And play, one weekend many years ago.
I was going to come. That's right. I was going to come and play somewhere, but
then it fizzled out somehow. I don't know.
I wasn't. My services weren't required.
But you're always welcome in Norway, so we can make that happen.
Well, I would love to come for the next tour event, maybe whenever that is.
Yep, absolutely.
March, perhaps.
Yeah, it's already in a couple of weeks. March 19th.
Is it 19th?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So for 8 days from March 19th. So that will be interesting. A lot of chess coming up. We love to see it.
You love to see it. Yeah, it's great.
After the pandemic, now we finally have chess everywhere all the time. So that's great.
That's great. Yeah. Okay, still no move from David Howell. If you're all wondering, wow, this David, does he realize? Fantastic. Patrick, the programmer in chat, says, need a button to donate that will nudge Howell to make a move. That's funny. We have a donate button. Somebody just comes in and just like pokes David on the side in the ribs with a small like umbrella or something. That's now you've got to move, David. Now you've got to move. It's hard to commentate on one game, especially when David's playing long time controls, because as I said in the introduction, he can easily go for a thing for 30, 40, 50 minutes in a position that you've analyzed to the end. So we'll take some more messages from chat. Let's see. David looks. This is Drama Lama Night. David looking somewhat frustrated every time his concentration breaks. Trying to remember how the knight moves. Yeah, I don't think he's worrying about how the knight moves, but he's probably just trying to remember some lines, and he's probably just trying to think, well, this is probably okay, but this is probably the more sensible option. And so he's going to just come to a conclusion about which one he wants to do. But yeah, I mean, this is typical David, spending a fair amount of time. And he goes for a move now. Hopefully this is the right move that's coming. He goes for a move which I'm extremely excited to see. I'm very, very happy, Askild.
All right.
Because he played one of the more controversial moves, which is the move knight takes d4.
Okay, interesting.
Very controversial. I'm actually very, very surprised, because now he's going to run into some really decent preparation by Nils. And I think this is actually a bit of a mistake from David, not because the move is a bad move necessarily, but because you now have to start thinking. He's already nearly an hour down on the clock. So knight takes d4. So black is now 2 pawns up. So you've got to take. And after he takes d4, the point is that you've got the move knight into d5, hitting the bishop. And
where does the bishop go?
Well, exactly. So let's have a look. Well, you've got 3 moves. You can either play bishop f6, bishop h4. Maybe you can also play the move rook e8. It's possible, protecting the bishop. Let's start with a few of these moves. Okay, let's start with the move bishop to f6.
So what happens after takes and knight e7?
Which one?
Oh, sorry.
No, you can't.
But is it tempting just to take and then you have the bishop pair? Is that enough compensation?
Yeah, but you need a move right here, don't you? That's the problem.
And you would want to keep the bishop pair, I assume. Or you're 2 pawns down, so maybe this isn't
no, I don't think that's
compensation.
It. I think in general you don't tend to take here quickly, because that always exists. So I think the idea is to play bishop d3. And then to play a very quick queen h5.
Yep.
And black unable to develop his queen side means that this is a little bit tricky. So bishop d3, let's say. what can black do? Let's say after bishop d3, he does go for the move c6, trying to kick this away. You know, just to illustrate one line, you can play queen h5, g6, takes. And now the difference is at least a lot of dark squared weaknesses have been created. So let's say queen h6, and now I'm threatening bishop g5 and bishop e7. So you might go queen g7, and now I would drop the queen back to h4 to threaten bishop h6. And now if you go h5, for example, now I can gain time by develop a piece and gain time, bishop f4. Maybe now you have to play a move like knight e8, and maybe now I can even go rook e7.
Yeah,
and you feel tremendous initiative here.
Look at the black pieces.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all so passive. Yeah, this looks great for white.
So after bishop d3, you probably have to be quite precise. Maybe you try the move rook e8 as per other lines in the Berlin. But after rook e8, you can now play bishop f4 as well as white. Once again, this is a typical idea. Now, actually, there might even be a small threat. Sometime, well, bishop takes d6 might be a threat, just to illustrate. Let's say black played b6. Can I take? So if you take, the idea is quite clear. I play knight c7. And if you take here, can I go knight c7 anyways? Or can I take on f6? Sorry, this is just winning. Take on f6. Because if you take, it's made. And if you take this way, I have queen e4.
Wow.
And it's winning. And look at these black pawns. So a move like bishop f4 is already extremely dangerous. And you have to find some kind of a way to proceed here. If you take on e1, something like takes looks very dangerous for black because, again, what actually is your next move here? B6 runs into the same thing. In fact, you're already very close to losing, aren't you here? Because even knight e8 doesn't work because I just have to figure out how I want to take here. Maybe with the bishop.
Yeah.
And you can't take because of mate. So all kinds of things happening here. So that could be very interesting if knight d5, bishop f6. Of course, it's not the only other move. Black can put the bishop on h4, which is a move which makes a lot of sense. But on the flip side, after bishop d3, again, you have to be ready for some queen h5s. Yes, it's protected for the moment, but the queen can be distracted very easily with a move like knight takes c7. So, for example, in this position, even after b6, it wouldn't surprise me if this move exists for white and queen h5.
Yeah, this looks really dangerous for black in all these lines.
Yeah.
Getting the bishop to d3. And yeah, you don't have any luft for the king, and h7 is under some pressure. Wow.
I wonder if David will go for rook e8 here. It's a kind of way to keep things together. But once again, let's say you go bishop f4, just as an example. You would love to go bishop f8, but maybe here I can just even go queen takes d4. I don't know. I have to calculate some stuff. Maybe not. Bishop f8. It's kind of an annoying move.
Yeah, maybe he has to do something like this.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do. But even something like this, bishop f4, bishop f8, let's say I go...
and now if white takes on e8, you just take with the knight.
With the knight, exactly. That's the
trick.
Maybe I can go queen g4 here with the idea of bishop g5.
Yeah.
And again, black's pieces are just, white's getting his piece out very quickly now. this bishop ever makes it back to d3 as well. But this bishop g5 move is a straight up threat. Could get very dangerous for David. I mean, this is the point, and hopefully Nils has done enough work here to have covered all the bases. The good news is that, I mean, I think he's going to go knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d5. I mean, it's not the only move on the board to play knight takes d4 here. You can play knight takes e5, but it's really not in the spirit of the position to allow something like, I don't know, takes, maybe knight f5, and then d6.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a pawn down, and this all looks, yeah, you can't do it. No, now you've played this line, you absolutely must go knight d5.
And as we've seen in many of the different lines, I guess white should really try and keep the light squared bishop to help out in the attack.
Precisely.
But this must be a bit difficult for David if he's not prepared for these different lines. I mean, you have to be so precisely in every move. And it's just a position that's easier to play with the white pieces. Don't you agree?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult task for David if Nils goes in for this line. So I'm quite curious to see. But we've got a very, very long game in front of us. So I think now we should probably take just a very quick break. We've been on the air for just over an hour. But yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back to see how this game develops. The great news is it should be very, very interesting. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. it's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top Grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to this live coverage of the challenge match, Sweden versus England. Nils Grandelius playing David Howell. It's game one today of this 10-game match, classical time control, very, very long games. And I'm here with my good buddy Askild Bryn. Askild, we are at move 10 of the first game. And we're very lucky because it could have got to a sort of position which is a bit more stale, a bit more static. But now we have a very unbalanced position where Nils has sacrificed 2 pawns to get a rather large initiative, and we should see some fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm a little bit worried on David's behalf because before the break, you showed us some tricky lines, some ways for White to really get a big initiative and advantage. So I feel this is a critical moment actually now in the opening where David has to find the right moves in order to stay in the game and to try and neutralize Nils' initiative a little bit.
Yeah, David has to do that, and the clock times are wrong. I will say that David definitely doesn't have 1 hour 40. I don't know how we're going to change that, but he's more around the 1 hour mark. Nils has played pretty much instantaneously because this is all in his notes. And so David has got a very difficult practical task ahead of him because the bishop is being attacked, and it's absolutely not clear to me what the best move here is for David. He's got 3 moves, as we were saying before the break: bishop here, or rook here. And it'll be really interesting to see which one David goes for, because things could get out of hand for Black very, very quickly. If Nils knows the details of this position, and to be honest, I think Nils is going to, if he goes in for this variation, he would have studied the details. Then David could be, could be in big trouble if things start to go slightly out of control. And you can see also on the video that David is wincing and he's not comfortable and he's spending all this time and Nils is spending no time. That's a very unpleasant situation to be in.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Lawrence. And as you said, Nils is such a thorough guy in everything he does, in preparation, in his analysis work. He's been a part of Team Carlson in the past. I mean, he's a professional in every way. And as I said earlier on the show, I don't think David has had the time or energy to prepare as much as he would have wanted going into this match. And as we can see now, he spent so much time in the opening. So I think for now I would put the money on Nils getting off to a good start in the match.
Yeah, I agree. I think Nils has got a great chance to score a win today. Actually, I think this. I mean, of course, it all depends. If David plays completely accurately and completely perfect chess, and he's going to hold this position. But that's the big question: is he actually going to be able to do that? Especially if he hasn't looked at this for a while, or even if he hasn't looked at it ever. There's a chance that David just hasn't really studied this particular line, which is why I was very surprised if we go back by his decision in this position to play knight takes d4. I think this is a very strange decision. If this is a line you're not expecting, where the move e4 seemed to be a fairly sensible way to play, practically much more desirable, because you give a pawn back, but now you get d5 in and the bishop can come out with a pretty standard position. But now, in the current position, you have to start thinking as David Howell. It would be great to get a true idea of how much time David does have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's under under 1 hour left now on the clock, so he's been thinking for a long time. Nils has probably just spent around 10 minutes in total. So
maximum 10 minutes.
Yeah, maximum 10 minutes. But I have a question, Lawrence. Sometimes when you see top level players play, do you think there's an element of poker in the sense that sometimes they would spend a little bit of time just to show that they don't necessarily have studied the opening, to kind of give your opponent a false sense of security that okay, my opponent is out of book at this point. Do you understand the question?
Of course I do, yeah. And I agree with you. I think sometimes it happens, but not in this kind of position. No. Because you do the poker face, or you do the bluff, or whatever you want to call it, when you've got something that you want to reveal, which is very dangerous and powerful. But this is clearly a position in which David can't reveal anything. Mm-hmm. It's not some amazing novelty he can just play here, or some amazing idea. He's the one having to defend against a very nasty initiative. White can build very, very quickly. An attack can happen, as we saw as well before the break, very, very quickly. We'll show some more lines in a second. And everything now depends on David's next move. As we were saying, things can get out of control fairly quickly. For example, let's say you play one of the most natural moves, bishop f6. We were saying this bishop can now retreat to d3, and very quickly you're facing a queen h5 jump. And all of a sudden there is a massive attack on h7, and the position already looks really tough. Apart from that, White has got all of these useful developing moves like bishop f4 to connect the rooks. It also introduces other ideas on c7. Sometimes you can even go bishop f4 to take on d6. That's also not stupid, to triple the pawns. Yeah. Even those positions are, potentially desirable for White. So I'm very, very, very concerned about David's chances here. And this would be an amazing start, of course, for Nils. And we should remember, or remind everybody, that they're playing for what is really a huge amount of money as well per game. If you win a game, it's £1,500, which is, maybe it's not quite 2,000 euros, I'll check, but it's close. 2,000 euros for a win over 10 games is, especially for Nils, I would say, who doesn't get the invites to too many top tournaments. This is, this is a big deal. So every win is massive. And I'm concerned, and we do have a move, and we do have the move rook e8, Askild.
Yeah, and I believe that was the move in the analysis, Lawrence, which we thought maybe was the best option for David to play. Now he wants to get the bishop to f8 if it's possible to do so, while also covering some of the threats Nils wants to impose. But it's still a bit tricky, I would say, for David, even after this move.
Yeah, let's have a look at what could happen then. So there are two moves that really stand out here. I think the first one we looked at was bishop f4, but also the move queen g4, as we saw in one of the other lines, makes a bunch of sense, because you threaten to just win, basically, with queen g4 immediately, right? For example, if black plays a move like b6, trying to get the pieces out and ignoring everything, here you go bishop h6, and if black goes bishop f8, I thought this might just win. Now rook takes e8, knight takes e6. Rook takes e8, knight takes e8, just holds. Or does it? It might not. I mean, it gets all very complicated here. I was thinking, you can just go back. That's what you can do. Sorry, it's just the same idea.
We'll look at this idea.
Yeah, that just wins. So queen g4 threatening bishop h6 and bishop g5 is just threatening to win. So what do you do against this move, queen g4?
I mean, it looks super scary for David.
I mean,
and again,
even if you take this bishop, can I just ignore it? That's what I would be looking at. Can I go bishop h6 immediately? Just ignore it, threaten mate, force you to go g6, because now bishop f8, I've got this idea, which is what I wanted to do before.
Yeah, very nice.
Winning the queen. And if you go g6, now I can probably just take, and it's all she wrote, right? Because I'm threatening rook takes e7, rook takes e7, bishop g5.
Yeah. And maybe also queen takes d4 in some...
and queen takes d4. For example, d6, yeah. Queen
just very straightforward.
Just over. Immediate resigns.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the sort of accident that could happen with one bad move here. So queen g4. So what does he want to do against this move? I mean, does bishop f8 definitely? Yeah, bishop f8, bishop g5 is just completely over. It's just immediate resigns.
Yeah.
So queen g4 looks very, very nasty.
I have a hard time finding a good move here for black.
What about bishop f6 here? Does that work? I mean, it looks like you hang on just, but so close to not working. But
okay, but can we then try bishop f4? Is that a move?
Bishop f4 also looks very sensible. Very difficult to get your pieces out here.
What I like for white is that some of these different themes reoccur just in slightly different move orders, but they're all there. You know, now it's all about the knight on d6, the pawn on c7, the potential double threat with the knight going to c7 in some lines. Just look at white's pieces. I mean, they're so active. And this is what a good attack looks like. All the pieces contribute. And while black's pieces are quite passively placed at the moment. Yeah.
Very, very tough. So the question is Nils going to play queen g4? That looks like a really serious option. And again, he should have really looked at this if he got this far. Is he going to play the move bishop f4? Also a very, very natural move, by the way, just to develop this. Because now if black goes b6, worst case scenario, you can take, you can now triple these pawns. Something like takes, like this. So black has got these triple pawns. And now you've got this idea of queen e4, rook b8, and now you can just take.
Yeah.
And in this position, you're only one pawn down, but black's pieces are a complete joke. Queen c7, you can probably just go rook d1. You probably have to try and clear the back rank with bishop b7. And now you can even get endings like this where you lose another pawn and white is just a pawn up. And Nils can grind this position forever. Like, I don't believe here that you can just take this pawn on c2. This looks like suicide to me, somehow. Rook e1, queen takes d6, hitting the rook.
This is no fun for black.
Rook f8. Maybe I can just take on d7. Yeah, these are just, at the very least, things that could happen. This is not very much fun. So yeah, in short, I expect here Nils will either play queen g4 or bishop f4, and there isn't really another move here that looks sensible to me. And I think if he's well prepared, I would see queen g4. That looks like the most challenging move.
I guess it's always tough in these types of positions where you don't have a knight on f6. Then it's very thematic for white to attack both g7 and h7. Because usually if you have the knight on f6, it covers at least the h7 square. So to bring the queen out, g4 or h5, retreat the bishop to d3, bishop h6. I mean, and all these moves are quite natural for white to play.
Absolutely.
I think we'll might have a long thing from Nils there as well. But if he finds a queen g4, yeah, we have a lot of action on the board.
I think Nils will spend a few minutes here. He'll double and triple check because it's possible he didn't go directly into this line for a while. So he might just be trying to remember what he's looked at before. Of course, he's seen ideas of bishop or queen g4. And I think he'll come to the conclusion that queen g4 really is just very strong, especially because knight takes b5 runs into the direct bishop h6. I mean, if you had to take back here after d6, it's clear that black suddenly can start putting up resistance, maybe put a bishop back on g6, for example. And you put up resistance. But because after knight takes b5, bishop h6 is this very important intermediate move exists, things can get completely out of control here very quickly for David. So yeah, and Nils is the sort of player that just finds queen g4 as well. But maybe black has got some really great defensive ideas. It's just the sort of computer that you would rather a computer play than a human. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
I mean, playing this as a human is a disaster if you've never looked at it, because every single move has to be double and triple checked, and you could just blunder something super easy.
Do you think David now regrets not playing the pawn, just play the pawn to e4 and then have a more simple position to play?
Yeah, I don't think he regrets it just yet, but I think he will regret it after the game. If things go badly around here and he loses in the next 5 moves, which I don't expect, by the way, but accidents can happen. If he does that, he'll probably ask himself, why didn't I just play e4 and just try and make a draw in the first game?
That happened to me so many times while playing chess, Why didn't I just make it a bit more easy on myself, not going into the sharpest positions?
Of course.
That's never a good feeling to have while playing. Then you really have to work with your mindset and like just refresh. But it's tough psychologically to come back when you start having those thoughts while playing. But let's see what happens.
It really is. It's really, really tough. Yeah, we'll see. David is quite a strong guy, though. He's a strong character. He's very, very resilient. Doesn't lose easily very often. I just hope we can resolve the time situation next game because, well, is it possible that Nils has got 1 hour 15 and David has got 1 hour 2? It feels as though Nils should have much more than 1 hour 15. Yeah. I think it's more likely that Nils has got 1 hour 48 and David has got 1 hour 2.
Yeah.
That feels like the likely situation. They are playing at the Swedish residence in the heart of London. And it's a beautiful, if you're watching the video, it's a really, really beautiful place they're playing in. It's in of course, the official embassy of Sweden. And it's the sort of typical place. We've got a few venues like that in the UK where matches have happened. So, for example, Simpsons in the Strand, which is not far. That's another one. That's where we had a bunch of tournaments in the past. That's Simpsons is a restaurant where, well, now it's a restaurant, and it used to be the place where all the aristocrats and nobility used to hang out and play chess. And it dates back all the way to the 19th century. Do you know about that, Askild? The Simpsons in the Strand?
No, enlighten me.
Well, Simpson. I mean, it's so the Strand. The Strand is kind of a street, a long street next to Embankment, Temple, Charing Cross. So near the Thames, and there's a place called Simpsons, and it was it's not probably nowadays, but back in the day, it was seen as the most popular restaurant, or how can I put it? Like, it was definitely a restaurant or tea place or whatever you want to call it, coffee house of the 19th century. And I've played a tournament there, and it's very similar in feel to what you see on the video. It's old school, aristocratic. And in this Simpsons in the Strand, that's where the famous Immortal game was played. Do you know the Immortal game? Have you heard of it? You probably have.
Yeah.
Against Anderson against Kisaritsky, was it? I think it was Kisaritsky, Anderson. Don't ask me the year, I can't remember the year. But the year was in the '60s or something like that, 1850, 1860, in that region. So it was played 170 years ago in this place in London. And the board where they played it is still there. There's like a little museum.
Wow.
So it's amazing that we've got that in London. So it's really nice to see something with a similar feel.
Maybe I should drop by during the rest day on Monday.
Yeah, well, it's nice. I mean, the restaurant is still there. Make sure you've got a few pounds in your wallet, because it's not like going to KFC. I can tell you that. But it's got a very nice old school feel to it.
But do you feel that when you play chess, if it's a nice place, it's a good, cozy environment, do you think, does that help you play better, or does it help you in any way to focus, and compared to if you're playing under a bit worse circumstances?
I love playing in a nice place. You know, the place that I've always enjoyed playing the most, and you'll know this, is in Gibraltar.
Yeah.
At least it was at the Coletta. Unfortunately, the Coletta Hotel no longer going to be the home of chess in Gibraltar, but I always used to be at that top floor, looking out onto the sea, and that always really gave me some kind of better energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also played there for many years. Sometimes I would play downstairs, though, in the B section when I didn't have the best results. But it was a great hotel, and great organizers and venue and everything. And it was just a joy to have amateurs playing alongside the best players in the world in an open tournament. And
yeah, the setting does matter. If you play in a horrible sort of old and damp and like dingy place, I always felt like I played a lot worse.
Yep,
So,
I agree with you. And I think my best game ever played was played at the Coletta Hotel some years ago against Stefan Kuipers from.
Stefan Kuipers.
Yeah, that is my.
I remember that game.
Yeah. So so I guess it does have an impact on all chess players to a certain extent, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Nils is still thinking.
Yeah, Nils still thinking here, and
what other moves than Queen D4 possibly?
And Bishop F4. Well, it's just Bishop F4. That's really the only other move that you. Of course, you can consider taking on E7 as well, but how do you take on E7? Because Knight takes E7, Rook takes E7, Bishop G5. Black has at least Rook takes E1, and Black might even have F6 here. So that just doesn't make sense. You could go Bishop D3 here. Maybe that's also what Nils is having a think about here. You could go Bishop D3, perhaps. That's not a stupid move.
All right, Lawrence, we have a guest in the London studio.
Okay.
Let's have a chat with Malcolm Payne, who is helping out organizing this match.
Well, it is a bit of a laugh to be called a guest in my own job. Hi, Lawrence. I was so
Malcolm, how are you?
Commentary because I needed to talk to you about a football match I went to on Wednesday.
Oh,
Sunday,
God, here we go. Here we go. Yeah.
I
love how you're going to be all proud of the fact that you won it. It's how can I put it? You had to win it that way, and you're still screaming from the rooftops.
No, I've got to tell you, I was quite relaxed about losing it as well when it went to penalties. I didn't really give a damn. Everyone else was very excited, and I just thought, well, pretty close game, could go either way, whatever. But it's just the way it ended was just so fantastically funny with your specially substituted goalkeeper screwing up so spectacularly. It was just perfect. And also the fact that he behaved like such a complete dick every time there was a penalty. That it was, in the immortal words of the Scouser on BBC TV when we won at Istanbul 2005, well deserved, basically. But all right, we'll end up. So let's talk about the chess. I've got a little bit of a small revelation, if it hasn't already become obvious to you guys.
Okay.
The blessed DGT board has stopped working. So if you see a little bit of a disparity between the webcam and the moves, it's because Shore and I are putting them in manually. Well, Shore's doing it on her own now, unfortunately.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So pretty annoying. But I've got to say, obviously, I've not heard the commentary, but I wasn't actually sitting down, but had I been sitting down in a chair, I might have fallen off it when I saw A4. That's a very unusual move, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we'll just put that on the board for people. So we were discussing this at the start. A4, I said to Askild that I had this as a little thing that I was waiting to play for a while, a little offbeat line. It has been played by a bunch of grandmasters at top level in the past couple of years, but Black has been doing more than fine, very much in the way that David played, the idea being that White gets in this D4 idea to try and drum up a big initiative. But here Black has got a really simple way to proceed, Malcolm, which is just to
E4.
give the,
I was thinking E4. E4 just looked,
And after takes, and D5, Black has got no problems.
What can be the problem with that was what I was thinking. I mean, A4 doesn't look like a great chess move there, does it?
No, it's just a move. And Lucas played like this with Black and various others. But I was really shocked to see David play Knight takes D4. I think this is a really
very risky,
dangerous decision. Yeah, very risky.
Just before I left the building, I was wondering what was going on after Knight takes Knight, Pawn takes Knight, Knight D5.
Yep.
Rook E8, Rook takes E7.
Yeah, we would. Yeah, actually, that's a move we haven't properly discussed. I mean, that has to be a move as well.
Yeah, and I thought if Bishop G5, maybe Rook E1. I don't know, but it just looks so dangerous for Black.
Yeah, exactly. You might just have this tactic: Rook E1, Queen takes G5. You might just be getting away with this as Black, which is
we might be, but on the other hand, we're a million miles away from developing any pieces. C7's going, Rook A3's coming. I don't know. It feels like a position for White. Feels like a winning position for White in some way, but I just don't see it exactly.
That's an interesting idea. Rook A3 there. Get the Rook around to G3, perhaps in that line.
It looks really serious for black. I mean, the thing is that I've made the prize fund. I've organised the prize fund in such a way that it incentivizes everyone to play for a win.
Sure.
So I guess knight takes d4 is is David playing for a win?
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to go for it. But maybe just, sorry to be the party pooper, but after bishop g5, can you go f6 here?
Well, I was wondering about taking it.
With what?
Oh, I don't know, maybe with the knight, yeah.
But now we get the same thing, right?
Sure, but this time with no kingside pawns. All right, rook a3. It just looks incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I like this idea with the rook coming across.
I mean, it might not win, but it's just black's 3 moves away from getting his bishop and knight in the game, bishop and rook in the game, isn't he? It's just...
He is, but it might not. I mean, you are a piece up here, and if it's not mate, it might just be defendable. That's the problem. I don't know. I mean,
maybe the black king can go to h8 and stay.
Yeah, the black king can go to h8.
Right, well, we'll start with rook f3 first.
Rook f3 stuff, yeah.
It's okay.
It looks really serious.
No, I mean, it's definitely...
It feels winning. I don't know, it feels winning to me. It just feels winning.
I mean, it's definitely something that Nils is considering. But what we were discussing, Malcolm, is just the very simple queen g4.
Sure.
Very nasty.
Yeah.
Because the point is, black would love to take and go d6 and try and unravel. But white has got this phenomenal intermezzo.
Game over. Yep.
Yeah, and after here, you can just take.
Gosh, and the point anything. I mean, anything. Rook e7 would probably win there as well. But
rook e7 might win.
Yeah, but also if bishop f8 is beautiful, isn't it? Rook takes rook, knight f6 check.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I as I said to Askild, I've been expecting queen g4, and this looks very dangerous. And if bishop f6, which might just about keep things afloat for a while, it's a sort of position again where white doesn't necessarily have to make a committal decision. He
just
can
go bishop f4. Yeah, just go bishop f4. Ask him what his next move is.
Yeah, because if you take now, this just wins because again the back rank is done. And now I'm threatening to take, and I see absolutely 0 moves here for black actually. If you take, I take, and now I'm threatening takes, and if you go g6, like here, this might not be mate now, but for example,
bishop takes d6 and rook e8. Then,
that's a nice.
Oh, sorry, that
was
yeah, exactly. Yeah. All kinds of tactics. I mean, minefields everywhere. So I don't really know what the move is after queen g4.
Is king h8 a chess move there? I don't know.
I mean, it's a chess move. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's not a bad suggestion, actually. But now I was mentioning to Askild as well that this bishop, maybe now with the king on h8, I've got time just to go bishop d3.
Yep.
And now ideas of queen h5 exist. And then if g6, queen e5 check exists. And then I could just, I mean.
This is looking like
what is this move?
It's looking like a 6-piece attack.
This one, I'm absolutely shocked. Oh, no, wait. Sorry. He did play queen g4. It stopped on f3. And because you just told me it's being input manually, that's good news. Okay, so queen g4 has been played, it seems.
Wow.
So it's a moment of truth for David because legit he could go down in flames in one wrong move here and it's just all over.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I'm beginning to wonder whether it's going to need one move. I'm beginning to wonder whether it's actually gone.
We've been struggling to find a good move here.
I've got
for
one,
black, right?
Okay, I've got one ridiculous idea. Yeah, I've got one ridiculous idea. Let's let you carry out your bishop h6 threat. So you were saying knight takes bishop h6 wins. How about c6?
In this position?
Yeah. And then if you do your bishop h6, I'll go knight f5.
Wow. What? Oh, I nearly knocked my mic over there. That is That is actually a serious idea. So c6, bishop h6, knight f5.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's not so clear now, maybe.
Hold on. Let me refute this nonsense.
I agree. It's an insult, isn't it, almost?
Is this real? Knight f5. Okay, so...
Start by taking on g7, maybe. I don't know. It seems the
no, let me just take here. Let me take on f5. So
all
queen
right,
f5.
well,
You
okay,
you
now I
take on
haven't decided whether I'm going to take the bishop or go d6.
Oh, you want to throw in d6?
Yeah.
Kind of clever.
Yeah, maybe d6, yeah.
d6. Okay, I will go queen somewhere. Queen f4 or queen h5. Let's try queen f4. Because you can't take on d5 because e8's hanging now, right?
Sure. So
you've got to take on h6.
Maybe.
Sure.
Sorry?
Surely you have to take on h6. You're a piece down, right?
Well, I don't know. There's 3 white pieces hanging. I was thinking of actually carrying on in a similar sort of Mickey taking vein and going bishop f8, but it allows rook takes and knight c7, so that's not great. Yeah. How bad is... So Paul takes knight is not great, probably. All right, let's take the bishop and see what happens.
Okay.
I'd have thought rook a3 was just a winner somehow, but
no, you've got some bishop g5s, right?
Yeah, I've got some counter cheapos on the back. Oh, White's always got bishop f1 on the rebound though, so maybe this is not a problem.
It's a pretty ingenious defense. I'll be honest with you. I don't see a win here. And if I just take.
Okay. I suppose I'm reveling in the fact that there isn't an immediate mate threat. But
so you're going to take me, are you?
I should probably take the knight actually.
And after takes, you're going to claim that you're okay because you're just about stabilizing.
Bishop e6 or something, yeah.
Yeah, bishop e6 or queen f8 or something on the next.
But what about rook a3 in this position after queen?
Rook a3?
Yeah, rook a3. No.
Queen f8? Queen f8, rook g3 wins. Or does it?
Why does it win?
Yeah, why is this winning? King h8?
Yeah.
Rook takes e7!
Yeah, rook takes,
yeah. Well, okay, but the game goes on. Hold on.
Does it?
Well, I mean, I've got, 2, 5, 7. I've got 1 pawn for the exchange. I suppose I'm losing b7.
Yeah.
The queen f6 is mate as well.
Yeah, no, it's over. Okay, yeah.
That's a lovely spot.
That's
rook
a
a3.
sweet one, isn't it?
Yeah, rook a3. Okay, so we need some sort of
I don't know.
Wow.
Bishop. I guess I go bishop g4 then or something.
Bishop g4, but now you run into rook g3.
Sure. You've just got to stay calm here. Stay calm. I suppose I've probably got to go f5 or something.
Okay. You stay calm.
Now I have the luxury of a tempo, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it, but you don't have a back rank anymore. What a shame.
But I like all these rook a3 ideas for white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it makes some sense to play a4.
Oh, his seventh move makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
suddenly, right?
Finally,
yeah.
I mean, it's a great idea, but C6 alone feels just completely random.
But I mean, there are lots more variations. So bishop h6, knight f5.
Is there anything else? Can you go g6 here, or is that insane?
Isn't rook e7 just the game after that? It feels like it should be the game, but maybe
no, because the knight's hanging, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Rook e7, rook e7.
Yeah. Yeah, no, knight f5 is a heck of a defensive resource.
I mean, knight f5 is genius. I can see c6 being on the board because I think David will realize that any other non-committal move might just lose. For example, b6 just loses straight up. Probably bishop f8 loses straight up because of bishop g5. That's the end of the game, actually.
Yep.
So actually, we're on it's move 11, and David is in an only move situation already. Actually, it seems that way.
But
anyway.
this is like process of elimination. So,
right.
So he has to find it.
Right.
I mean, but wow, what a game.
Yeah. But, I'm curious to know how much time David has actually got left here. Because this is easily a 20-minute thing here.
Yeah.
And we know David and how he likes to get into time trouble. One of his favorite hobbies. Yeah, but I'm fearful for his position. I'm glad we've got this because it's entertaining.
Yeah.
But I'm fearful for his chances here, truly.
Okay, so the other move that's intriguing me, but it also looks sort of semi-suicidal, is just the calmly going bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
Mm-hmm.
But then we looked at bishop f4, was it? Or
yeah, bishop f4 was the one that did the damage, wasn't it? And then I want to go rook e6. I just don't want to give. Essentially, I just don't want to give you what you want. Whatever you want, I'm going to try and take away. But that's fine.
Yeah.
Bishop f6. Did we look at this? Yeah, we did look at this, and I said bishop f4. Sorry.
What? Sorry?
I said bishop f4.
Yeah, rook e6.
Rook e6. That's an idea that I haven't actually thought about. Rook e6. Oh, that's a clever defensive idea. Rook e6. So if I take now on f6, you're going to go queen takes or what?
I can probably take with the queen, yeah.
Bishop g5.
Okay, let's think. So I don't know. I'm thinking about either queen g6 or queen f5 or h5. Queen f5, I'll try.
Queen f5. Yeah,
I mean, I'm definitely happy to give up the exchange if I can get the queens off here. I'm definitely happy for the rook to go. He needs to.
Yeah, and the problem I got is queen h4. You go knight takes b5, I guess.
Yep, and d6 or something, and yeah. Feels more natural to go bishop d6 somehow, Lawrence. I don't know why. Or maybe
in this
just
position.
Or maybe just bishop d3. Let's just pump up the volume.
Yeah, bishop d3 I like. Bishop d3 I like a lot.
Just
yeah,
pump up the volume.
Yeah. I like this.
Okay, so I've probably got to play a move like knight e8 or something, or king h8. Yeah, probably knight e8. It looks like the only move
knight
to press. Yeah.
Okay.
Got to try. Actually,
but now I've got bishop f5. Oh, you're going to give up the exchange if I go bishop f5, are you?
Always. D6, yeah, always.
D6 or C6 or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is...
Maybe there's some hope for David after all.
Yeah, this rook e6 move I didn't see from afar. That just because that rook can be used as a sacrificial lamb.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's a nice defensive idea.
Yeah, if you sack the rook, get the two bishops active, and hold the two pawns, suddenly you could even start getting not optimistic, maybe, but you can start thinking the worst is over, right?
I'd be contented in a middle game or an ending, but I'd rather have an ending, I think, given the respective activity of the queens. But yeah,
absolutely.
I'm going to have to leave you for a minute.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for coming, Malcolm. That's
okay. I'll be back.
Great.
I'll be back soon.
Perfect.
All right.
See you soon.
Bye.
See you soon.
Oh, that was great. Some creative defensive ideas there, and
yeah.
Maybe it's not looking that badly for David after all. So rook is...
Yeah, this is so bishop f6 followed by rook bishop f6. Oops, sorry. Bishop f6 followed by rook e6. Great idea there by Malcolm, which I didn't see. I wonder if David will find it. David doesn't look that upset anymore. So I think he's probably seen some defensive resources.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can read his body language better than me, but yeah.
It's like he's feeling a bit better, I think. But at some point he has to play some moves as well. A bit. It could still be a difficult position for him down the road and in time trouble. Even though he plays great with low time. Yeah, we need to see some moves.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Queen G4. All right. Let's see. Is there anything in chat, Askild? Is anybody asking something?
Let's see.
We're trying to look at both YouTube and Twitch. We didn't get a chance to talk to Malcolm in depth about the global situation. I think we're going to leave the specific political questions aside for the moment. But if you really want to contribute, you can simply you can actually contribute your hard-earned cash to a good cause. You can see there the way to do that. Donate in the chat. We'll get our moderators and our bots to put in the links to donate to the NRC, which is going to raise funds for the people affected by this crisis in Ukraine. So
yeah,
please.
And actually, Lawrence, in about 30 minutes, will be joined by Norwegian chess player Torstein Bach. So he will talk more in depth about the work they are doing and how to contribute. And he will also be joining this charity tournament hosted by Chess24. It starts at 6 o'clock CET. I just saw a Twitter post by Torstein. We have so many strong players attending that tournament. Let me just find that tweet. So we have players like Rustam Kazimjanov, Jan Gustafsson, Frezine, Mateusz Quartel, alongside many other strong players. So please.
And that starts in half an hour?
No, in 1 hour.
In 1 hour, sorry.
Yeah, so at 6 o'clock CET. And it's a charity tournament. So contribute if you have the chance to do so. And you can get to play some of the best players in the world.
Absolutely. Make sure you get involved.
Okay, but I'm happy now for David because it looked really, really grim at some point. But I liked Malcolm's suggestions with rook e6 and after bishop f6, rook e6. Seems like black is able to hold things together, actually.
Yeah, that's true. After bishop f6, okay, let me do something else then. Let me take. Let's try this route. Takes, and bishop g5. Also very natural.
Yep.
Because you can't go queen f5 now because of the back rank mate stuff. So let's say you go queen g6, and now I go bishop d3. Maybe this is actually just not working.
Guess you have to play f5.
F5, and now which way? Let's say I take this way, rook takes. You have to take with the queen.
Yeah.
This clearly is not working for black, so you have to take with the queen.
But do you have an intermediate move there after with the knight f6? No, probably not working. After you take on e8 and f5. Yeah, take back with the knight and then take on f5.
Knight f6, wow.
I don't know if it's working though, but maybe.
Wow.
The Brynsky.
Wow. Wow.
Without any computer assistance.
This is genius. You're a genius.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, let's say I take on f6.
Yeah, take on g4 or and then take back.
And rook e1.
Yeah, that's a good move. We still have troubles there on the back rank.
Yeah, and the point is, if you go king f8, my idea is I want to go bishop h5. But it might not be...
Yeah. And then
How
just
bad
king.
is it? Bishop f3, c6. Oops.
Yeah, c6.
How bad is it? Probably not. Probably just
you're still a pawn up, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, you're happy to give
white
up
can win it back. White. Maybe it's still a bit unpleasant for black after, let's say, rook e7. Actually, maybe here what I can do is I can go rook e7 check. Actually, that's an unpleasant move. Very. Because king h6, now I go bishop f3. And if c6, I go bishop e4.
Yeah.
And I'm threatening...
Can you play d5 or...
Check. Bishop d3. White has to be doing quite well here. Oh, sorry, check. I've got check on h4. Sorry, check. Here.
Then I was thinking maybe just to play bishop f5 after bishop d3.
Okay, let me do this one. Bishop f5. G3 check.
King somewhere. Yeah, but can you go back to e5? No, then you have rook h5.
Rook h5. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is a bit.
But this is just one sample variation, right? I mean, but it's a great try, but it doesn't feel. Yeah.
And it's a reoccurring theme. This light squared bishop on c8. It's a bit of a torn. In
you can go queen. You can go queen takes f6 here, though. At the very least, I take on d7. I don't really want to do that, but let's just say I go rook e1 first. I bring a rook in. Has to be the correct move.
Yeah, looks.
And now if you go g6, checking g7, nah. Probably now I would very much consider just bishop d3 because here I have check and I win the bishop.
Maybe you have to play king g7.
King g7, and now we need a good move.
Yeah.
Maybe I just go rook e8 anyways. And now maybe I reorganize with queen e2 afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm only a pawn down with white, right? And I've got this pin and attack and feels dangerous, feels serious.
It really does. And as long as the light squared bishop on c8 is blocked in, it's difficult for black to kind of get enough pieces into the position to defend. Okay, but we have some interesting lines that could occur actually. But I have a feeling David might play what Malcolm suggested. So bishop f6 and then maybe rook e6. Try that defense.
Yeah. But we were just saying that that's only after bishop f4. I was saying that maybe white has this, which is exactly the line we've been looking at.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so you know, after f5, if I take and you do take queen takes e8, my idea is queen takes d4.
Yeah.
And this looks just horrible for black. b6. That said, it's not over because b6 exists. Oh, sorry. Am I blundering? I'm blundering. No. You can't go b6. No, if I can play like this, it's over.
But in this position, can you try? I don't know. Is it possible to try? Bishop knight f7, then you just play bishop c4 probably, or
so slow.
Yeah. my dream is to then develop. Looks really slow.
Even a move like bishop d2 here.
Yeah.
To play rook e1, d6, rook e1. You can't go knight e5 because of f4.
Yeah. And then maybe bishop c3 in some variations.
Exactly. And now if queen d8, you can really start. You can probably even just go bishop here first and then bishop c3.
And then you get Harry the h-pawn running up the board as well.
You don't even need Harry. It's just mate.
Yeah, and then if queen f8, you have maybe rook e8 in some variations as well. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Rook e8 is an idea. Rook e7 is an idea. I mean, just anything. Just wins. This is what I'm saying. This is like we're in only move territory already for David Howell.
So I think you found a better continuation for white then, Lawrence, instead of bishop f4. Just take.
Yeah, I think maybe you just take it. Just take it. Because it looks all forcing. Now, I've only been looking at bishop g5. I don't think there's an additional benefit to taking on e8, but maybe there is. I mean, there's even this variation to go here. Because now queen g6, bishop d3. But maybe you have some d5 here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just annoying. Yeah. Queen h4, bishop f5. And black escapes.
Yeah.
So that's why, you don't, in general, you don't want to take on e8 to allow blacks. Yeah, this feels right.
Yeah, just keep the tension. Wow.
Yeah, it looks bad. Looks really tough.
But what other moves do we have in this position for black instead of bishop f6? Is there any good alternatives?
C6, I think, was mentioned in chat, which is interesting. So we will try our bishop h6 again, g6. Oh yeah, and we couldn't take on e7. So the original idea with my Malcolm is we could do this, but it looks as though this just holds for black. So you probably have to take, and maybe now you just come back with the idea of taking on d4, or can we do taking on d4? There's knight f5, right? That's important. Mm-hmm. That's an important resource. So you come back with the bishop to threaten queen takes d4, because then you've got knight takes knight f5. So let's say knight to e8 to try and get this in. But this is so bishop g5 f6.
I mean, it looks really bad, but it might be able to defend for black. I don't know.
But even here, like bishop g5, takes. You can't take because of mate. f6. But it's one of those weird ones where if somehow it works, you survive here with black.
Yeah.
Bishop d2, this actually looks survivable with black. But maybe not. Maybe this is even bad. I don't know. All kinds of ideas, like king f7. Can you go bishop b4 this time? I mean, white has just got endless. He's only a pawn down. He's got the two bishops and the initiative. So I just don't understand how this is playable, really, for a human. Yeah, the machine probably defends it, but David should be very upset about his position.
And still spending a lot of time, so yeah. Doesn't look too promising.
No. So c6, some people in chat saying c6. In real time, David has got 40 minutes and Nils an hour and 23 minutes. That feels more correct. 40 minutes for 30 moves. David, David could easily spend 10, 20 minutes more. I think this is probably a good moment for us to take a little break, actually, while David is in the tank. Askild.
Yeah, sounds.
So
and we'll be back shortly, and then
let's do that. So we'll take a break. The situation is clear. David needs to find some kind of defense. Otherwise, it could be early showers. So do stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see if David manages to find something.
Locally produced. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the Swedish nature.
A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. The biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right, we have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, We have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy, and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome back. This is the challenge match between Nils, Grandelius, and David Howell, a 10-game classical match taking place at the Swedish Embassy in London. And this is game one. We are in the thick of things after a really interesting opening and a really interesting decision by David Howell to effectively enter a very sharp double-edged position where he's currently 2 pawns up, but is facing huge practical problems after Nils' last move, queen to g4, threatening basically to win immediately with bishop h6 and following tactics. Now, my understanding is that David is down to under half an hour and we're only on move 11, which probably shouldn't surprise a lot of people because David is, of course, prone to getting in time trouble. He's known for it. His whole career, in fact, has been, the big argument of David, he got to 2,700. Would he have got higher if he was able to manage his time better? It's a big question because the talent is obviously unquestionable. But this is the situation we're in. David under huge pressure already, and it is only move 11. So he's got to make 29 moves, and he's going to have less than a minute per move in a very, very tricky position where one slip is basically over. And David, clearly not happy. If you look at the video as well, you can see his body language. He is absolutely, petrified, basically, because he also is fully aware, and we've got a close-up now. He's also fully aware, of course, that one bad move and it's the end of the game. And we went through a bunch of variations before the break with Malcolm Payne, with Askild, who's here. And I haven't actually found a suitable way for David to proceed yet. I didn't find something that was, palatable, basically. So I really do fear for David, and there's a good chance that he loses this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Lawrence, we looked at a couple of different lines, and once we thought he was out of the woods, you found a better move. We looked after bishop f6, we looked at bishop f4 for white. But then the problem is you don't even have to play bishop f4. You can just take on f6. Queen takes, and then bishop g5 is probably the critical move.
We were just looking at this, and I just don't understand how White's pieces fly into the game with tempo. Queen g6, bishop d3 just plays itself, and you could get in big trouble here. So I don't know what the defense here is for David. I think in chat they were saying c6, and after bishop h6 maybe to go g6, and maybe this is the only way. It looks disgusting because you're giving up all of these dark squared weaknesses. And after, let's say, knight takes e7, rook takes e7, you can just come back. So black is 2 pawns up. But maybe this is the way, and somehow this isn't quite losing. But we were looking at, for example, knight e8, queen takes d4, and d5. And maybe this isn't losing, but for sure, White has got 2 bishops, better coordination. Yes, he's a pawn down, but my goodness, it's very, very difficult to play this position. I mean, this is just not what you want in a game at all.
Yeah, it looks super tricky for black, even in this line. It all comes down to, look at the pieces, and in every line, it's the dark squared bishop for black that is needs time to get into the position, and it's not easy. All right, Lawrence.
Yeah. Yes.
We we will be joined now by a Norwegian chess player and commentator. He's famous in Norway for being the commentator on NRK for the Norwegian chess broadcast for the World Championship matches and the Rapid and Blitz. And he will be streaming the Chess 24 charity event starting now in 30 minutes. So feel free to join that. And you can also watch his stream on Facebook for on the NRC Facebook page. So welcome, international master and commentator Torstein Bach.
Thank you, Askild. And thank you really to the chess community and to Chess 24 and the Play Magnus group and everyone for facilitating this event and cooperating with the Norwegian Refugee Council to help people in Ukraine who are really in a desperate situation now.
Absolutely. And I mean, obviously it's been a challenging week for the Ukrainian people. And also give credit, as you said, the whole chess community is trying to help now. Yesterday, I saw Hikaru Nakamura doing a stream, also raising a lot of money. So credit to him and the people cooperating with him. And how are you looking forward to tonight, Torstein, to play? You're making a comeback. You don't play chess that often anymore.
I haven't played a tournament for many years, you know. And when I did this commentary now for almost 10 years, a lot of people were always asking me, you know, how come you're not playing Magnus in Dubai or wherever? Because, you know, it is somewhat easier to talk about chess than to actually do it. So finally, they will see why the many reasons why I am in fact only talking about it and not usually playing. So, but it will be a dinosaur streaming. So that's fun also to always have some older people trying something which they obviously will not be able to deal with. And also, of course, this arena concept is new to me. So I gather that we can play 6 hours non-stop 3 minutes games without increments. So that could perhaps be 100 games or so. And well, that could be sort of literally mind-blowing.
and tell us a little bit, I mean, as you said, Chess 24 has teamed up with NRC. And hopefully we can raise a lot of money tonight and also throughout the whole match here in London. But tell us a little bit about the work NRC are doing and how this money can help the Ukrainian people.
Yeah. So the Norwegian Refugee Council is the largest Norwegian humanitarian organization and a global actor with 16,000 staff across the globe in Syria and Ethiopia, Venezuela, and many other places, and now also in Ukraine, where we have been since 2014, but obviously have to scale up enormously now in the face of this conflict. So it's really about the basics now. It's about food, it's about water, it's about shelter for people who are forced to flee. And of course, a lot of these people, and according to UN, it could be as many as 4 million people who have to flee the Ukraine. And then there are also the very vulnerable people who are not, in fact, able to flee and are still in the country. And we have to assist these people as well. So it's a huge challenge, of course, for the entire world to face now this crisis and be able to secure the basic human rights, the right to life, the right to health, and you know, try to secure some minimum of quality of life for these people.
Yeah, and then hopefully, I mean, as I said, maybe hopefully this tournament and what we can contribute with the next few days can help, can be a small portion of that and help the people in need. And I think it's great that we can all come together in such difficult times and try and contribute in the best way we can. And do you look forward to playing at all, or are you just completely rusty?
No, I mean I do look forward to it because it's such a long time since I did it. But the problem is, or one problem is that I'm so slow. So I tried 3 games this morning on the subway to work because I work at the Norwegian Refugee Council. Just to add that, I'm a lawyer and an auditor at NRC, and doing just this chess commentary is just something I do very sporadically for Norwegian TV. But I had these 3 games, and the result against a lower rated player was 3 losses. So that gave me some confidence going into today's 6-hour marathon. But it's also just that, it's just great to see also that there are really many great players taking part, and Rustam Kasimjanov is one of them, Laurent Fressinet, the French Grandmaster, Jan Gustafsson also, a very familiar face and a great player. So I think it will be a very nice event, and I'm just looking forward to taking part in it. And I'm very happy that the chess community is also, contributing to the people of Ukraine in this situation.
Absolutely. And just make sure you don't get flagged in every game, Torstein. So at least you know what to focus on while playing.
Yes, I know. You can't be both slow and bad, so I will focus, on only being bad, and we'll see what that can bring. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to it.
Great, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Great. So that was Torstein Bach.
Torstein.
Working for the NRC, and also, as he said, part-time commentator. Or NRK in Norway. So
I mean, he's a very, very nice guy, indeed. Very cool dude.
And obviously we're doing the commentary, but I might try and join the tournament for at least a couple of games, so that we can all contribute together and have some fun for that very special tournament in just under 20 minutes now.
Exactly.
And while we had an interview with Torstein, David is still thinking.
We've got to move. Finally, we've got to move.
Okay, great.
Okay, and I'm telling you, it's not a move you want to see. F5. Now,
wow.
I'm going to tell you this straight up. I cannot believe that this move is a serious idea. Let's put it like that. I cannot believe F5. It is just such one of the most horrible looking moves.
And we didn't even discuss that as an option, right?
No, we didn't. It looks disgusting. I mean, I don't know what to say. It looks absolutely disgusting, this move. I just cannot. I cannot really.
Just so weakening around the king, the light squares.
I mean, what is this move? Okay, let's try and break it down. Okay, so what's the first move that comes to mind? It's queen takes d4.
Yep.
Clearly, that's the first move that comes to mind here. So you win the pawn back, and what is Black's idea here after this? I legit don't understand what's going on. Hand on heart, I have absolutely no idea what this F5 move is about.
I don't see any moves.
Okay, so.
Okay, let's just throw up some suggestions. What happens after knight takes b5, for example?
Okay, so knight takes b5. A takes b5. Or do you have to throw in the check? Wait, there is some stuff to calculate here. Because throwing in the check, there's queen d5 check after. So knight takes e7, rook takes e7, queen d5 check. This could be quite an important check.
Yeah.
Because if you go king h8, now I can go bishop g5.
Yeah, that's a nasty threat.
And if rook takes e1, it's just over. But after queen b5 check, you do have rook. And a rook e6 I take, and there's this.
Yep. Wow.
And if rook f7, once again, I've got bishop g5. And this is mate.
Wow. There's so many nice reoccurring themes for white in this game, in different lines.
Yeah, there really are.
Wow.
So let's try and nail this down. So queen takes d4, knight takes b5. Well, what else is there? What other? Because here I really struggle to see another, like, I don't see another move here. Bishop f6 looks too ugly for words. I mean, what is this move? Maybe he wants to do this. Knight takes f6 and queen takes f6. Could it be he wants to play like this?
Yeah, this might. Now you obviously can't take on f6 because black can have an intermediate check on e1.
Yeah. So.
Okay, maybe this is his idea.
Okay, maybe you give check. Well, maybe you don't as well. Maybe you don't give check because check king f. And a king f8. Now I can take and take. Look at this, is beautiful. Now this is check Askild, and this is that famous crisscross mate. That's very beautiful. Nice. So you have to go king. Yep. You can't take because rook takes here, so you have to go king h8. Now I can take check.
And now maybe just move the queen somewhere. I don't know.
Move the queen. Even bishop e3 might not be too bad because something like this, and I'm playing rook e1, rook e7, and your pieces are all on the back rank.
That's quite similar to some other lines we looked at. And again, I mean, the rook on a8, bishop on c8, that's the problem in black's position.
So queen takes d4. Do you think it's bishop? Yeah, because I think knight takes b5. This is really pretty to find this intermezzo here. And if king f8 king f8, I've got like just to even this works for white with.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, it's just not work. No, his idea must be to play bishop f6 and play like this. This is his idea. This is his idea. But takes, even taking here is probably good for white. Takes, and now some bishop g5. Bishop g5, knight e4, wait. Have to be a little, no, bishop g5, knight e4, rook e1 still exists, just to illustrate how bad things are for black. And then I can slowly unravel with, let's say you go h6, I go bishop c1, I go f3 next, and I come in.
Yeah.
Even this looks absolutely terrible. So, I don't know. It's just pretty brutal, basically. I don't know what else to say. It's just... it's just a pretty brutal position. I mean, for David to have spent that long it shows how bad he thinks it is. And this is a very drastic decision, obviously, to go f5.
Yeah.
You know, clearly you don't play that move lightly.
And the problem with the move is that the king ends up on h8 in some of these lines, and you have the back rank threats in addition to everything else. So white still has a lot of tactical motives going forward.
Precisely. Yeah, it's just horrible. Now, it would be great to get an update of the actual times for the players, which I don't know, but I guess it's you know, I guess it's, you know, David has something in the region of 20 minutes. So it's very, very tricky. By the way, is queen takes d4 forced here?
I mean, it does look natural, but maybe not.
Is there another? I mean, I can't see him not taking. Can you play queen h5? Is this a move? With the idea, I'll show you some ideas. Knight takes b5, bishop g5.
Wow. Yeah, that's nice. And what happens after? What happens after g6? You play.
Yeah, g6, and now queen h6, bishop f8 is very annoying. Yeah, this just doesn't feel right to allow this somehow stabilizing. I mean, surely you've got to take on d4, sure.
But wow, I have an update, Lawrence, on the time situation, and David is actually under 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's insane.
And I have had a quick look at the bar for the first time this game, and it really, really likes White's position. So I think David is in a world of trouble right now.
Okay, so the bar is saying it's bad news, huh?
The bar is liking White's position. And imagine having to play this position with 14 minutes for the next 20 something moves. It's not a good day at the office for David.
No. This could end in tears for David, truly.
And even in some of the lines you just analyzed, I mean, White is down a pawn in the ending, but still It just looks so winning. Because of the rook coming into the 7th rank, and Black's just struggling to coordinate the pieces. And
that's just horrid.
Yeah.
It's just horrid. 14 minutes to play this position for 29 moves. I mean, it's just not even.
Yeah, even for David, who loves time trouble, this is not a good position to be in.
This is just horrific stuff.
And as you said, when you play f5, you know that's a desperate move. You know you're in trouble.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're just trying to you're just trying to survive, but it looks really tough.
Okay, I want to say as well, obviously you spoke with Torstein before about his contributions to charity, everything that's going on, of course. And my understanding is we have just seen a donation of $1,000.
Wow.
Which is a single donation, is what I'm saying, of $1,000, which is to the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you so much to everybody. Well, thank you so much, especially. But any donation is, of course, unbelievable. So if you do manage to donate, the money is going to obviously a mighty noble cause. And we've got the bar there for you guys to see. We want to reach $20,000. We've already had $2,600 today, and we're only on move 11. That's pretty good going. That's not bad at all.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really, really great.
Yeah, and as Torstein said, I mean, they're doing such an incredible job. They have 16,000 people around the world trying to help the ones in need. And obviously now the need for help in Europe is they're focused on the situation in Ukraine. He said 4 million people are fleeing. So you can just imagine
I mean, that's
how much help they actually need in every way possible. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah,
everyone that's contributing to this important cause.
Absolutely. Okay, so
I guess we're expecting Queen d4. I mean, that's the natural continuation, but
yeah, I mean, I think he's going to play it. I really do, because Queen h5, g6, and then Queen h3 doesn't really look correct to my eyes at all. So, yeah.
But at the same time, I like that in these type of positions where you have a natural move to play, but it's still a type of position where often it can be a good thing to look at other options as well. And then,
sure.
Especially now that the king is more in the open as well. Okay, Lawrence, should we make a bet? How many moves do you think this game will last?
Oof.
And the loser has to donate some money.
$100? So the person who is closest to the answer, you mean? So the person who gets the closest answer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will go. But the Queen D4 Bishop F6 line is some kind of ending, no?
Yeah. Yes, you have to take that into consideration.
Do you want to go first?
Okay, so we're at move 13 now. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or do you want to have over under?
Yeah, we can do over under as well. That's fine.
Okay, so I'll say under 30 moves.
Oh, okay. I'll take the over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to take the over for sure.
Okay. So I have a feeling this might just collapse for black, and you have over 30. Okay.
So we'll do it for and then I'll even make the donation during the broadcast. So I'll do it while I'm commentating.
Great. All right.
That's great.
And now the charity tournament is starting any minute. So everyone who's following us, you can play and have the broadcast on at the same time. Some of the best players in the world are joining, and it's for a good cause. So join in on the fun and contribute if you have the chance to do so.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, F5, as we said, we're expecting Queen takes D4 now. Is there any other move apart from Bishop F6 here? I mean, does everything else just lose? Why don't you fire some lines at me and we'll try and make it work?
Okay. Let's look at C6. What happens?
C6. C6 just feels like it loses straight up, like no shot. So, okay, let's get extravagant. Rook takes E7. Let's start with that. I'm threatening mate, so you have to take, and I'll play Bishop G5. Now, I guess you're going to take on D5, or you're going to go Rook E1 check. You've got two moves.
Maybe try Rook E1.
Rook E1?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then take on G5.
Okay, Rook E1 takes G5. Just cannot ever survive here for black. Something like 97. 97 and Queen takes D6 just looks horrendous. I mean, even this is losing for black for obvious reasons. Yeah, so that doesn't work. And if you take on D5, my idea was to take, check. If King H8, I take, and once again, Rook E1 doesn't work because after Rook E1, Queen G5, Rook E8 is mate. But you do have Knight F7.
Yep.
But now I wanted to go Bishop C4. So Queen takes F7, Bishop takes D8 exists in some positions, or
okay. So I guess you have to play Queen E
Queen.
or F8.
Queen F8. Now I can, for example, take. Well, no, I'm actually a piece down here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to be a bit careful. Okay, this is why then. Okay, so rook e7, bishop g5. Sorry, takes d5, takes knight f7. Does that hold? Oh, that's very annoying if that holds. That is very annoying if that holds. Very, very annoying if that holds.
But do you have another move instead of taking on d5? Or it's probably the best move in the position, but
yeah. But maybe I don't have to go rook takes e7 here. That's the other point.
Yeah. But I guess the other move is knight takes e7, right?
Yeah, knight takes e7, and I wasn't completely sure what to do here. So rook takes e7, and now bishop g5?
Yeah.
Can I do this again? Rook takes e1, rook takes e1, queen takes g5, queen takes d6, something like this.
Yeah, this looks, well,
c takes b5, and we've got to mate you, but it looks like mate, right? Rook e8 check, king f7, rook f8 is mate.
Yeah.
So that is good enough. That really is good enough. Okay. So I'm going to turn my light on here actually, because I don't know how my lighting is. Hopefully that's provided a bit more light. Okay. So and we've got some moves. So we have got bishop f6 on the board, that line we were saying, which shouldn't really be a surprise. Okay, so this was the line where we went for this ending, no? Was that right?
Yeah, I think we took on e8. Or did we take on f6 first?
I think we took on f6 first. We took, we gave the check. We then took on e8. And then we played this move, bishop e3, or we took on f6. But let's say we go bishop e3. Maybe this isn't that bad for black. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's a travesty for black. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels kind of survivable. Let's see if we've got something better. Okay, this is actually going to require some actual thought here, unfortunately.
But what I liked about the other line was that you could probably maybe just exchange queens and then either bishop g5 or bishop f4 and get the rook to e1 and on the 7th rank afterwards.
Yeah, that was an interesting line. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here. That's the point. I don't know if there's anything else here. That's the main point.
Yeah, I mean, you have to either move the queen or take on e8.
Moving the queen doesn't really feel right. Okay, so we could take on e8. We haven't looked at that. Okay, so you have to go knight takes. You can go queen takes. No, you can't really go queen takes. You can't really go queen takes because there's some back rank issues here. Massive back rank issues.
It looks
massive.
A bit, okay, so take back with the knight and then.
Okay, so you take back with the knight. Okay. Yeah, somehow David has found, David's done what David often tends to do, which is find some kind of defense. And it looks horrible because you've played f5, but okay, let's try something. Queen c4. Let's set something up here. Let's set something up.
Now you have to play king H8.
Yeah, you probably have to go king h8.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my instinct is to play the move rook e1. That's my instinct, at least, but I can't play it immediately. I want to play rook e1 at some point, but I don't.
Now also the problem for white is the bishop on b5 that is trapped.
Yeah, it's a bit. Our pieces are a bit. They look a bit silly all of a sudden, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it. So I don't think he's going to play like that, actually, Nils. I've got a feeling he's not going to play like that. My feeling is that he's going to take, he's going to give this check, and I think he's going to go down this line. And maybe he's going to actually do this one. But is d5 even a possibility here? Even this is possible. I mean, this, David. Bishop takes f6, d takes c4. Okay, Nils isn't losing, but if we could get him rook e1, rook e7, we're winning, but we just don't get it in time. Rook e1, rook e8.
Yeah. Wow. Now you can try and get the king, black king to f7 or close to the rook, and then you're okay, I guess.
Shocking. I mean, I just didn't ever see this move even as a possibility. It's quite shocking, really. Yeah,
he's fighting. That's for sure.
Really fighting. Is there? I mean, unless we're missing some knockout blow, but I don't see the. I don't see it. I don't see the knockout win. Let's say. I don't. Takes. Queen c4 is the most natural. Is there any other queen move in this position?
Let's.
Queen e3. Queen f4. What about queen f4? I'm hitting this, and if you go you can't go d6 because I have bishop takes c8. Or
yeah, but I was thinking, what about c6?
Yeah, c6. I take on f6. I guess you go queen takes.
Yeah, either queen takes or maybe even knight takes.
Maybe you can go knight takes. I'm not entirely sure, but let's say queen takes, and let's say I now go bishop d3. And
then I was thinking maybe d5 just to try.
Yeah, d5, and now I just go bishop e3, and I try and park a bishop on d4, and claim that the two bishops are very good pieces.
It does look, good.
But the good news for David is that he's definitely like. It looked like mate. Not so long ago, right? It really looked like mate.
Maybe he can try queen d6 or something in this position, just to gain some time.
Queen d6. Yeah, I mean, all of these things exist, right? That's the point. All of these things really do exist. They really do exist. Which is very, very frustrating.
And now at least white doesn't have anything concrete, just good compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. So it feels as though David is surviving this, I have to say.
Yeah. Wow.
Like it wouldn't surprise me if David didn't get, and that means your 30 move. Because there are some endings here, right, where he does reach the 30 move.
But I will happily lose that bet, Lawrence.
Yeah,
contribute to the good cause.
It's a good bet to lose. Queen d4 bishop. So this is the position as things stand. Yeah. Tricky one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to calculate. Can I calculate anything today? Am I going to calculate anything today? Maybe I'm just going to calculate nothing today. Struggling to calculate a single
But
thing.
what happened in the other line when you exchanged queens on f6 and we tried to get in this ending? Earlier, it felt like white did have time to get the rook into the position, but maybe...
In which one, sorry?
Yeah, we take on f6 and we exchange queens. The one we looked at. But the first time we looked at it, we
had something like this, right?
Yeah. And now... After
okay, yes. What was it?
Yeah, so rook takes.
Rook takes. No, we gave a check somewhere, didn't we?
Yeah, okay. You can also play bishop c4 this position, maybe.
Yeah, before rook e8, right?
Yeah.
So bishop c4. And you wanted, sorry.
Yeah.
This.
And now exchange queens, and then.
Yeah. We just looked at this bishop g5 and d5, no?
But can you? Yeah, so that's the problem. Yeah, with d5, and yeah, bishop f4 doesn't really make a difference.
Precisely.
Yeah, so d5. Okay, that's the trick. That's the
trick. That's the trick.
Wow.
That is why. I don't find anything. Now, if people in chat, David has spent 1 hour. So Sam Sagman says David has spent 1 hour 50 to reach this position. Correct. That is the David Howell we know and love. And yes, he has spent 1 hour 50 because he was thinking so long in the opening and knight takes d4 and whatnot. So it's not super surprising. It's not super surprising. What else is going on in chat? Rook e8, queen c4, king h8. Oh, we've got a great suggestion from I Am Homeless on Wi-Fi. Nice name. His suggestion is rook e8, knight e8, queen c4. Remember, we have this line, Askild, threatening the discovery. King h8, and now queen b4, threatening mate. Yep. And the point is that if you go d6, now you can take, and look at this, the queen is controlling e1, so you can even take here.
Wow.
Wow, 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 wow. What a suggestion.
That's a great idea.
That's absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, that man.
And these are forced moves, right? Or
well, let's have a look. Let's go back. So
that might be what Nils has to play.
Yeah, takes. Queen c4 is threatening a winning discovery. So that has to be.
Yeah, you have to move
winning,
the king.
King h8 and queen b4. It's a sort of move that Nils could find, though, because he's kind of like that. He's got that
nice and subtle move.
Funkiness about him, as Nils.
Wow.
Wow. Queen b4. It's just unbelievable.
This is just incredible. Yeah. Just goes to show what type of resources you actually have in a good position. Really. I mean, that's a brilliant way to play. Actually, when I see it, wow. And this, I guess, is a move that's easy to overlook.
Very. Queen b4 is
the calculations.
Not, I mean, it's just not a move you see every day of the week.
Okay, and if you go back with the knight to d6, maybe just bishop f4, or is that even possible?
You mean in this position right away?
Yeah. Maybe.
Bishop f4 looks really good.
Yeah. Yeah, looks quite strong, right?
Very.
And now you get the rook into the game as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because knight takes b5, we can take with the pawn. Ah, sorry, knight takes b5, we've got this we've got this f8 stuff going on, right? We've got this f8 stuff going on potentially. Can we make use of this? This is crazy. We've got this intermezzo here, but how do we do it? Maybe we can't. That's a shame. He takes b5, d6. Yeah. Doesn't quite work out, does it? Super shame.
But anyways, what a brilliant...
Yeah. So queen b4, so hold on, knight d6. This looks so weird to retreat the knight back here, though. Can I play knight takes c7?
Yeah, I was thinking about that move. And then bishop f4, but then bishop e7. And what's going on?
And rook e1.
Rook e1. Wow. And then bishop f8, you probably have rook e8, or?
Oh, wow. Holy cow. Beauty.
Yeah.
Wow, look at all the pins from both directions.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And
again, it just goes to show how well coordinated all the white pieces are compared to black.
Absolutely.
Got all these thematic sacrifices and tactics.
It will be absolutely phenomenal if he finds queen c4, king h8, queen b4. Because actually, David's going to be in the blender here. What is the what is actually the I am homeless on Wi-Fi? Knight d6 only move, but horrible after
really?
Bishop f4. Knight d6 only move. Homeless on Wi-Fi says.
Wow.
Knight d6 only move. Can you believe that? That's insane. That's absolutely mad.
So after knight d6, knight takes c7. That just looks winning, right? For white.
Well, no, you said bishop f4.
Bishop f4 first, yeah.
Yeah, and knight takes...
You suggested knight
Oh,
c7.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Knight takes c7 looks good.
Yeah.
But what was bishop f4, knight takes b5? What was this?
And
felt
then
like
we struggle to find a good. I mean, we can always take back with the pawn, but and still have a good position, I guess. But we didn't find anything concrete, I think, in this position for white. So I like your suggestion better, Lawrence. Take on c7 directly, and then bishop.
But maybe there is something here. Maybe there is something here. Right here, right now. Maybe
Okay.
there is something.
Let's have a think.
Maybe there is something here. You know?
Yeah. I would love to get the white rook into the attack somehow. And there are some ideas with the back rank threats. But
don't see it. No, I can't. Firstly, I can't calculate. That's number one. That's always an issue. Not being able to calculate is always an issue. Secondly, so knight d6, bishop f4, apparently. What's this? Wow. After bishop f4, knight takes b5, he just wants to go rook e1.
Really? Wow.
Holy smokes. Oh my God.
I mean, that move was on the radar, but I didn't find any concrete follow-up after rook e1. I mean,
yeah, but I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so let's say in this position, we go back with a knight yet again to d6, just to block.
Yeah. So, but what if just d6 as well? There's like that. I mean, that's a legitimate idea as well, right?
Yeah.
What are we missing? Now he just wants to take on f6. That's the point.
And then you have to take back with the pawn.
Yeah, and now we can just take anyway, and the king is just dead.
Yeah.
That makes a whole lot of sense. Like a whole lot of sense.
And this is absolutely winning for white.
Like a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. Wow.
That's absolutely insane.
And imagine having to defend this and calculate with
you can't.
10 minutes left for David.
Wow. What an insane thing.
And it all starts with this idea, right? Queen c4, queen b4, which is just brilliant. So rook e1 in this position. Wow.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Amazing. Queen c4, king h8, queen b4. And it's just over. Effectively.
And in this position, knight d6 was the only move. So what happens
if d6 we already saw bishop takes e8, queen takes e8, knight takes f6, and the queen does this fantastic job of defending e1.
And then we probably have rook a3, rook g or h3.
Well, if you take here, you can just you don't even have to rush.
You can go to e1 as well.
Yeah, you can just go bishop d2, bishop here. You can just go bishop. Just put the bishop on c3, and the bishop queen goes to h4, rook goes to e1. And it's just absolutely over. No, I mean, if Neil, this is the continuation. If Nils finds this, no way does David survive. No way.
Then I think we might be under 30 moves, right?
Yeah, then you're going to get your 30 moves. Your bet is looking good, yeah. For sure.
Wow. What a development.
Yeah, incredible.
Every time we find a way David can survive, there's some other resources for white we've overlooked. That's just incredible. Amazing.
All right. What have we got then? So Nils in the tank. It would be great to get Nils' exact time. He's got 45 minutes, I think is the correct time. 45 minutes.
Yeah, so Nils is down to 45 and David is just under 12 minutes.
If you go rook takes e8, knight takes e8, queen b4 immediately, it doesn't have the same threat. Does it have a threat? For example, after c6, is there anything here? For example, if I take, let's say knight takes, is there anything here? Doesn't. Feels like we're slightly offside for one move.
Yeah.
I really wanted to make this work. And now just some queen d6. Fairy tale stuff. You can't play knight e4, queen d5 check, and if you go queen b6, queen e7.
And can't play b6 either after you take on f6 and then check.
If I get rook e1 in on the next move, I'm pretty sure it's winning for white.
Yeah.
Does this ever work? Queen b6, queen e7 like this? Can this ever work?
Wow.
Or is this more insanity?
And then if you try queen e6.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work out. Queen e6, exactly. That's the problem with it. Or is it? Wait. Like if I play bishop, the problem is after bishop takes f6, in the worst case you can take.
Yeah.
And you can probably just take here as well. It's not enough. No, you can't do that. You have to play queen c4 and then queen b4. I mean, this is just such an outrageously strong concept. I've never seen it. Or maybe I've not seen it in this exact position. I mean,
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in a similar position even. It's just incredible.
Just insane.
But I guess it's a good time for Nils to have a good think if he ever wants to find these lines.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, he must have a feeling he has a very good position, but he might be struggling to see the continuation. So now it's all about narrowing down the different lines and process of elimination. So how surprised will you be if he finds queen c4? And queen
Not really. Not really, because I've had dinner with Nils. Well, done lots of things with Nils. Had dinner, I've had a drink with him.
Dinner and a movie?
No, I've never seen a movie with Nils.
No.
But one thing I can say about Nils is that he's got this passion for problem solving and compositions. I don't know if did you know that?
No, not the problem solving part.
Yeah, he loves his compositions, his chess compositions. So I remember one time in Gibraltar where we were at dinner actually in the Argentinian place in La Linea. You know, the one in the central square?
Yeah.
You know that one. And I think I was there with him. I don't think you were there, Askild. I think I was there with him and Pontus Carlsen.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, it was just, Nils showing us some fantastic compositions he'd seen earlier that day. So he understands the dynamic of finding these fantastic little ideas in any position. So he's got the creativity, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
for sure. Well, he's creative.
And we have a move?
We do? Well, he didn't play it. What do I know? He went for this. That's really a shame.
Wow.
That's really a shame, because now your bet is in big danger. Yeah, that was just an unbelievable find. But he went for knight takes f6, queen takes f6. Wait, hold on a second. Let's just go there. So knight takes f6, queen takes f6. We were doing check, right?
Yeah, bishop c4.
Bishop c4 check. King A. Sorry, there's an exchange. Have the rooks been exchanged? No, sorry. So the rooks are exchanged and bishop e3. This is what we were doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we thought that this is also still very dangerous for black.
Yeah.
d6, let's say rook e1. Now I actually have got the amazing threat of bishop g5, giving up my queen.
Wow.
So you have to go bishop d7. But now I have, no. We're missing something clear here. We're missing something clear. After d6, it's over. Like rook e1, bishop d7, you can't play because queen d5. That's his idea. The knight can't move.
Wow.
And I'm attacking b7. This is
incredible.
So bishop c4, king h8 is on the board. And now he's going to play, now he's going to take the rooks off. He's going to play rook e8, knight e8. And he's going to play bishop e3. And the point is that black can't take, because now rook e1 comes next and it's over. d6, rook e1, bishop d7, rook e7. Should be over. Is it?
I mean, you threatened to play bishop f7, right? And then...
But bishop takes a4. What? Maybe it's not...
Okay, bishop f7.
Bishop f7, but it's not actually a mating threat, right? Ah, and now you can just, but maybe there's knight f6 here even. No, it's not so. And we've got something completely different. So what do we?
Okay, let's
have a look at what happened. Because here he didn't go bishop e3, but he went queen e3. So in rook e8, knight e8, and queen e3.
Okay.
Also makes sense.
Tempo on the knight.
Now, if you go knight d6, what's his idea?
Bishop d2 is my bet.
Yeah. It's a nice move.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a really strong move.
Strong idea, at least.
Yeah, if you play bishop c3, it's just game, right? The bishops are just causing chaos. Okay, queen e3. Nils has found something else. Also, of course, very logical, keeping the queens on, hitting the knight.
Yeah. I think my bet is still.
You're very live.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. We have to find some defense here. Let's say I go back to d8 to try and prepare d5 at some point. I mean, I know I can't play it yet.
I guess we'd still play bishop d2, or
maybe I can go d5. No.
Yeah.
Because if I take, you've got queen g8.
And then queen e5.
Yeah, it still looks horrible for black, right? With the bishop coming to c3.
And now Harry the h-pawn can start marching.
Oh. Or you've got your
swinging rook.
As well.
Yeah.
Looks very dangerous. Ah, okay, so queen e3. Okay, 10 minutes left for David Howell. And you have to make a decision here. What if I go queen to f8?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop
I still like, I think. And now, okay.
Now it's.
Oh, you might want to jump into e4.
Exactly, and I've also got d5.
Yeah,
here, maybe.
d5. Okay.
I mean, by the way, this is by no means clear. Like, let's say I just go bishop a2 here, but knight e4 and. I'm dropping d5. Dropping d5.
Yeah.
This is obviously miles better for white. Okay.
I mean, we still see in all these different lines that the black pieces are just underdeveloped, and the king is on h8. So you still have the back rank threats.
Precisely.
Yeah, and like queen f8, that's not a move you want to make. But
on one hand it isn't, but on another hand it is, because you vacate the square for the knight.
Yep.
And you protect
that's
the back rank.
Point.
So actually, I'm not sure it's a move that you are so unhappy about, actually.
Because it's definitely better to get the knight to f6 than d6. So that makes sense. I agree with that. But still, I think white can just, develop the bishop, get the rook. I don't feel that black has time to develop his pieces. But obviously, you have to play precisely. But I just can't see David surviving this with just minutes on the clock. It's still a tough position to defend.
Yeah, and how long has he got? 8 minutes left. He does get 30 seconds per move, of course, guys. Don't forget that. He does still get that bonus time, which is, of course, if he had to make all the moves, he would be toast.
Yeah,
but
it's down to 8 minutes now.
Yeah.
So, okay, so queen f8. Maybe that is the best try after all.
Yeah, probably. I see David very much playing that move. I feel like he's going to play that move.
Yeah.
Now, is there something better than bishop d2?
And we're joined by Malcolm Payne again, and what a timing. We're into
Hi, Lawrence. Hello.
Hi.
A very exciting position. Seems like
wow. Okay.
David is hanging on by a thread, but Nils is still.
What happened after? So it went bishop c4, king h8, knight takes f6, queen takes f6.
Sorry, say that again, Mal.
Did it go bishop c4, check, king h8? Not rook takes, knight takes. Yeah. Queen takes, knight. I thought, could he not go in this position? Just I thought the ending looked terrible for black if he just went bishop e3. I couldn't see
that's
what black
right.
was going to do.
At that. Yeah, it looks very, very bad.
Because he just doesn't have time to get organised, and white gets the rook into e7, and then he hasn't got any chess moves, right?
Correct.
Yeah. No, that looked like It looked like an outright win. Actually, it's worth mentioning to the viewers that the computer might not go crazy about that, but when I looked at it and just thought it's just resignable, because I guess the computer doesn't see that in 20 moves time, black still hasn't got any moves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It looks horrible for black regardless, right? So
yeah, queen takes d4, bishop takes d4.
Yeah, it's just over.
And then, I don't know, b6 or d6 and rook e1 to e7, and there are just no moves, right? You can just sit there and wait till he resigns. Yeah. Horrible. Okay, but he played queen e3. I hadn't even seen that.
Queen e3. We didn't also look at it, but it does make sense. You keep the queens on, you attack the knight. Yeah. And we're trying to work out David's best defense. Again, it's not as if he has only moves here. And the problem for David is he's got at least 3 moves: knight d6, queen f8.
We found a nice idea after knight d6. Maybe just play bishop d2.
I would reject knight d6 like immediately on the grounds that A, it doesn't threaten anything, and B, it just obstructs the development I've been trying to achieve for the whole game, sort of thing. So I would just reject it. Perhaps wrongly, but I would just reject it.
No. I
think I prefer queen e8, f8 over queen d8, Lawrence, as you suggested.
A little bit less retrograde.
Yeah. That's correct.
Exactly.
And it just makes more sense. You're also covering g7. And you obviously want to get the knight out to f6, not d6. But still, maybe just play bishop d2, get the rook in.
Bishop d2,
get it to c3.
Playing rook e1 looks very strong, man. All right, bishop d2. I don't see. I suppose the one good thing about black's position is that when he goes knight f6, at least he can play the move d5 suddenly.
Exactly.
That's at least sort of might be a saving grace in some sense. Because I think that's how he's going to unravel. d6 is bound to allow another bit of trickery somewhere. I guess bishop d2, knight f6 are 2 sensible moves. I can't think of another.
I'm very curious to see what David goes with here. But again, I mean, this is just insane. He's got 4 minutes left.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we were taking a little spread bet in the chess and bridge shop here, Lawrence, on what move number David would get onto increment. And I think the spread was something like 19 to 21. So let's see. Let's see how.
You think he's going to be on 30 seconds already by move 19? Yeah, I think it's a pretty decent spread there, actually. I think that's pretty decent. Not bad.
Yeah, we should take some side bets somewhere. So I think I don't know. Queen f8 looks to me like the move.
Yeah, I think he'll go queen f8.
Yeah.
If I know David, I mean that feels like the best move to me. I don't know why intuitively.
It's like Askild says. It's nearer the king. It defends g7, and it just right. No, knight d6 would just be depressing. You just never get your pieces out.
And it looks like we do have a move, Lawrence.
Okay, and it is queen f8. Not really a surprise. Yeah, not really a surprise.
Okay, and then I guess bishop d2, unless there's some other bit of trickery that we've missed.
So we've been looking at bishop d2, which is the most natural move on the board. Is there anything else though? Let's have a think.
Is there any sense in going Queen G3? Not really. Not really.
I wouldn't have thought so. No.
No, because we
What
can do
about
it next.
B3? Can you try B3? I mean, the only reason I mention that move is because sometimes after, let's say, knight f6, bishop b2, and d5, sometimes bishop a3 actually might come in handy. I'm not saying straight away, but in some positions it might.
But it takes you one move longer to get a rook to the e file.
It does, and it also stops the bishop coming back. So I don't see it happening. I can see Nils playing bishop d2, so knight f6.
Actually, there's another defensive idea that I had.
Okay.
Sorry, in keeping with the new tradition of Malcolm coming up with ridiculous defensive ideas, but I did wonder about going c6, knight c7 to e6 to try and block everything.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. That doesn't work, right?
I can't believe it works for a second, but
just to illustrate, I'll let you get it all in. Now I just take.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he'll never survive that. Yeah, he'll never survive that. Pawn will come to h5 and bang. Yeah. Absolutely.
Just any rook lift is going to win.
It's over. Three pieces against 2 on g7. Resign. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So
let's
go to knight f6.
I think you have to go knight f6. Now the question is, if I go.
So queen f4 doesn't win a pawn because d6 defends both c7 and f5, right?
Yeah, exactly. What about rook e1? Let's say you go d5. Does this move work?
Yeah. Definitely want to try it. Okay, there's knight g8 on the rebound, but is that mate anyway after queen takes g8? No, it isn't. Okay, so let's take the bishop.
Yeah, so check.
Queen e8, knight g8.
And bishop takes d5, I simply wanted to play.
Yeah, and now bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6. Worst case scenario, I take on e6.
Sure, but
this is not mate, is it? Basically.
No. I mean, I'd probably steal a pawn there.
Yeah. Yeah. So bishop b4 doesn't work. That's a bit too exotic. If you get in d5, it's annoying. But even maybe just even the long term comp is just massive. Like rook e1. Let's say rook e1, d5. Let's say I just go bishop d3.
Absolutely, this is how we play the position. We just want to go queen e7 and get a version of the previous line with bishop e3. Maybe not as good a one, but just something that leaves him with no good chess moves. Because you can see a scenario with a rook on e7 where black would be forced to allow something like bishop takes f6 and then loses both his f pawns, for example, something like that. Before he gets his pieces out, you can just feel that instinctively that's gonna happen. So the analysis board's gone back to b3 suddenly.
Yeah.
Well, it's because that was the move played.
Oh, he's played it. There you go.
He played b3. So I'm not completely insane, which is great. So b3, knight f6. And now the question is, does he want to flick in bishop a3 or does he want to just go bishop b2 immediately?
I mean, maybe he just wants to go bishop b2, d5, bishop takes f6. That looks pretty unpleasant.
No, but then I thought d takes c4 is not.
But we're in. Oh, really? Are we not in this dark squared bishop disaster scenario again?
Yeah, we kind of are, but maybe he's kicking and screaming with this f4 move.
F4, really?
I just create some
queen. All right, queen c3. I want to keep my queen off the e file because I want to put my rook on the e file.
Okay, now I'm going to have to be quick, aren't I? So let's say I go... okay, maybe I don't have to be that quick. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be cute. I'll go f3.
All right. Okay, so I need to penetrate somehow. So how many squares can I deprive you of? Let's see. Actually, maybe what I do here, ridiculously, is I just go queen takes d4 because I want to take the 7th rank. If I take the 7th rank, the game ends. So
Somehow I feel a little bit more happy here, Mark. I have to say, like, aren't I getting my pieces out? Like, if I go FG2,
Queen takes C7. Yeah, rook E1.
Rook E1, rook C8. Aren't we getting into some sort of glorious mess here suddenly?
I don't know, Queen G3. Oh yeah, maybe you're in a glorious mess. I don't know.
Queen G3.
Feels like a horrible mess though for black.
Yeah, I mean, I might still be losing, but I feel like there's ways to improve along the way. But I mean, this is all much of a muchness because none of this happened. So what do we know?
Right.
Bishop E2 D5 is on the board. Sorry.
Oh, right. Yep.
I don't think he's going to do that. I think you're right. I don't think you want to give up the bishop. So what if we just move the bishop back? Maybe Nils is going to play like a genius, like Carlsen, and just play bishop F1. This is Magnus.
Well, why not go bishop D3? Because knight E4 is always met by F3 anyway. So I don't see.
Not necessarily, right? Because there's no, Queen C5, bishop D4. That's important. Yeah. That's important. So bishop D3. Yeah, that might make more sense.
So now one of the threats is Queen E5 now, right? I mean, that's one of the threats.
I'm not sure. Let's say he plays bishop D7. I think actually all he wants to do is kind of erect
Queen E5, Queen D6, yeah?
Well, I mean, Queen E5, Queen D6. Now you can actually contemplate this now as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, rook E1.
Absolutely.
You can't even go, oops.
You can't go rook E8. Can't go rook E8.
That's over. That you don't survive.
That looks completely gone.
No, you could go Queen E5. Yeah, and you're attacking C7 and F5. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I guess he'll go bishop D3. That obviously makes tons of sense. But I think Nils has just come to the conclusion as well that this position long term, even if David manages to kick and scream in such a position that, you know, you play rook E1, you can play F3, Queen F4, you can just bind over these dark squares.
Yep.
And black has got absolutely zero play if you cover E4.
He just doesn't have an easy way to unravel. So, all right, let's try. Given that the dark squared bishop is paralyzing us, okay, this is real desperate measures. Okay, C5.
C5. It's a very logical move. But now I can take, right? Worst, I can take, right?
Yep.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm just trying to reach some endgame that I can grovel in. Yeah, I doubt if I can, but I'm just trying. Yeah, I'm just trying.
But even long term, this is going to be.
Yeah, but you know something? Maybe this isn't as utterly grim as it could be. All right, so if I go Queen E7. I mean, at least you don't control the E file anymore.
Yeah. No, sure. I mean, maybe I can.
King F1 now. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, King
still
F1.
Looks grim.
So I've got to go bishop D7. What else can I do?
Bishop D7.
Yeah.
Rook E1.
I don't know, Queen F7,
grim.
maybe I don't.
Yeah, but it's grim.
It's grim, isn't it?
It's grimmer than Grimsby on a November the 1st morning.
As I say, it can be grim up north. I don't know, that position looked to me like one of the better positions that Black's had for a while. It wasn't very nice, but it...
Yeah.
Okay. D5, bishop D3. I guess bishop D7. Yeah. D5, bishop D3 will come probably.
But did we dismiss taking on F6? Was that an option, or?
I like this.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you because
I like it, Lawrence. I've got a feeling that someone as strong as Nils could calculate bishop takes F6 to a forced win if there is one.
You mean in this exact position?
Yeah. Just get this dark.
It doesn't feel like it.
Okay, it just terrifies me somehow.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like the idea of going into these opposite color bishop games, gives black just a few more things. I do want to point out a few things. As people are probably, I'm in touch with our Slack channel. So there's two things I want to point out straight away. The person who donated $1,000 to Chess for Ukraine via the Norwegian Refugee Council on our site is Hardy Gatti. So Hardy Gatti, yeah.
That's great.
Thank you so much. I mean, that is an incredibly generous donation.
Lawrence?
Yes.
I'd like to thank Hardy by matching it.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's absolutely fantastic. Well done.
Is that the biggest donation today so far?
I don't know, but I would assume so.
Okay, I'll match it.
That's wonderful. $1,000, Malcolm Payne, and I don't know, via the London Chess Centre or via the Chess in Schools.
Yeah, no, well, not from chess. No, from the chess shop. Yeah, absolutely.
From the chess shop, that's another $1,000. That's absolutely fantastic, meaning that we will be closing in on $5,000 already today alone.
That's incredible.
Askild and I have also got, I'm sure we'll be donating throughout the tournament, but Askild has got under 30 moves and I've got over 30 moves. So I'm feeling quite confident that David lasts 30 here.
I did say I thought the side bets would start coming. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah. Now, I do want to mention something else. There is obviously the tournament going on, Chess for Ukraine, on Chess24 now. Now, it's great that everybody is watching this. We would absolutely love people to participate. It's a 6 hours long tournament. I'm hoping you can still get in. It's saying there are 500 players currently competing. I'm not sure if that's the limit. If try and get in, if you can't, then fair enough. But if you can, that would be great. And you want to get in that tournament for one specific, very special reason. None other than world champion Magnus Carlsen is playing that tournament. That means that if you are just a chess amateur or budding chess player, you have got the chance to be randomly paired against the greatest of all time, if you can. So get in that tournament. There are other top grandmasters. Laurent Fressinet is playing. Bartel is playing, amongst others. And of course, the point is that this tournament is to raise awareness for this fantastic cause. There are a bunch of prizes as well. You can win a hoodie, you can win premium membership to Chess24, and all other kinds of stuff. So make sure you get in that tournament and play. Oh, and I have just joined, actually. It has allowed me to join. So I'm going to be commentating this game and playing the tournament simultaneously. Yes, I am capable of doing that. By the way, I'm going to probably dump 500 rating points. But by the way, David has gone d5, bishop d3, and c5, as you predicted, Malcolm.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can touch the sounds off here. Great. So I'm actually playing the tournament. Well, so c5. So what did we say here?
Bishop takes f6 we were playing, weren't we?
Yeah.
But the queen e5 is, of course, possible as well.
But bishop takes f6 is just so, it looks so easy to play.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let's try that. You have to go g takes. That's forced.
And now what do we do? Develop a piece or?
Well, we were saying just rook e1, weren't we?
Yep.
Rook e1, bishop d7, and now some queen f. Sorry, we were going queen f4, weren't we? Straight away.
But I feel rook e1 maybe.
Yeah, rook e1, bishop d7 though. And
About queen e7.
Queen e7, rook e8.
And then you take on f8.
And then you come into rook e7.
Yeah, but I think again, I think I'll.
Maybe
it's horrible, but I'm surviving. You know, I go rook d8 and
rook d8.
No, I'd rather go rook d8 actually, and try and get my king to f8 on a bad day. Yep. And this is the scenario, Lawrence, I was talking about losing both f pawns. This kind of position, black has to be careful not to lose both his f pawns. But he's got a bit of counterplay. There's like a c4 break for black here, for example, at some point.
Yeah, I agree.
I was just thinking
Right.
f3 and try and get the white king to f4, and then
but that's a little bit slow, right? Because as Malcolm said, there is some shot there. It feels.
It doesn't feel winning for white anymore. It just feels better for white. It's like my general sense of it is that it was winning before somehow, but now it feels just advantageous. So, I mean, simplifications help that. Getting rid of that dark bishop helps. I mean, that was the piece that would kill you. That's the piece that white's got. You haven't
Rook
got.
E1, bishop D7, queen F4, rook E8. Takes, queen takes. And now maybe just H3? No, queen E5. I'm starting to really mess this up. Probably
King F1?
Sorry, king F1? No, but queen E5 is just
still
happening.
But we're not afraid of queen E5, are we? Because can always force him back with queen H6.
King G8? Maybe it's
absolutely. No, fair enough.
Starts to get a little out of hand, doesn't it?
Yep.
So
Let's
long
go back.
story
I think slightly misplayed it, haven't we?
Meanwhile, so you guys know, I am playing the fundraiser tournament at the same time, hence why I'm being slightly slower than usual. Is there anything else apart from bishop takes f6 here?
Well, I mean, d4's coming, so unless it's bishop e5, which seems like a move. I mean, I'd answer.
Yeah, you might even have knight g4 if you play.
Yeah, I mean, I'd answer queen e5 with d4, for example. Please take my f pawn. I'd be delighted. So I think bishop f6. I can't see anything immediately.
Yeah, I think you should do this.
Yeah,
but then it's just a positional advantage. I don't get the feeling that white hasn't attacked anymore. In the same way.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You have to grind it out in the end game.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why my sense of it's not going to end in mate. It's not winning. It's just superior somehow. But it's not.
And then rook e1, bishop d7. Maybe it's not that easy actually. If my idea of queen e7 doesn't work, rook e8, take on f8, and rook e7.
Okay, I've got a really odd idea. Can I just show it to you? Just because it's just creative and interesting and maybe wrong, but so it's white's move, right? So rook e1,
bishop d7,
and then bishop b5. So the point is, if you go rook e8, I play queen takes d8, which wins the piece. And this way, I'm just saying I will forever control the e file.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and pick off at least two of your pawns by virtue of my control of that e file. It's just an idea.
Yeah,
just an idea.
I like it.
Yeah. I mean, it might not objectively be the right idea, but it still looks very promising because, in a certain sense, if I can maintain the control of the e file for longer, I'll probably pick off a pawn and then still have control of the e file.
Exactly.
Because there's so many weak pawns. It's just an idea.
I think it's a pretty fine idea.
Yeah.
Because after takes, I can't actually move my queen easily because c5 is hanging. Queen e6 is coming next.
It's just
I really like it.
I'm trying to think about what the I know it's a bit weird, but I'm trying to think about what the rook and pawn ending's like, strangely. So after bishop b5, rook d8, I mean maybe even queen e7. Would be interesting if you go back a couple of moves, Lawrence.
Which one? Sorry.
So take back a bishop. So after bishop d7, bishop b5. No, rook e1. Yeah, takes. Rook e1, bishop d7, bishop b5.
Yeah.
And then I thought if rook d8, maybe you'd play like queen e7. Because the rook and pawn ending just looks like a stinker. No, rook d8 instead.
Rook d8.
I'm trying to improve that, and now queen e7, and because the rook and pawn ending looks horrible somehow. It just looks absolutely horrible.
It still looks horrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, this just feels.
Yeah. So the whole position. So the
feels like the very controlling.
Yeah.
It looks just crap.
Once you get to the 7th rank, looks.
You're having fun, right?
Having a lot of fun.
Hoover.
So Nils is contemplating all of this then, basically, at the moment.
I'm going to have to leave you again. Thank you. It's been good.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm, for the wise,
Thanks for joining.
wise words. Thank you. All right.
That was some interesting ideas there from Malcolm.
Very, very interesting.
It just feels like controlling the E line and then somehow get into the 7th rank is what White should aim for.
Yeah.
That helps with bishop E5 and the variation.
Absolutely.
How's the tournament going?
I'm playing and I've disconnected, it seems, which is weird because I'm on the line with you. So I have no idea what's going on, which means I'm probably gonna lose because I've disconnected, which is unfortunate. But I was doing well. So let's see. How can I go to my games? Give me 1 second here. I'm in the middle of a game. Play now. Oh, it doesn't let me go back in. It looks as though in a winning position, I'm gonna lose, which is very unfortunate. I'll wait for the next game. Okay, so we're waiting on Nils. Please do play this tournament alongside, guys. Everybody watching. 600 players. Obviously fundraising tournament, and thanks again to Malcolm for what a generous donation. $1,000 to the
NRC,
Norwegian Refugee Council. Yeah, and they're actually the largest organization to currently help the the suffering people in Ukraine. Now, what do we have? Do we have moves? No, we do not have moves. Okay. Fantastic. And you can see also on the main screen that you're going to see snippets of the tournament in play. Lots of donations coming in, which is absolutely fantastic. And every little helps. Still over to Nils. So Nils has got something in the region of what has he got?
He's actually down to about 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Yeah, they're both taking their sweet time, aren't they, actually? They're both taking their time. Is there any value in allowing d4? Let's say I go rook e1, d4. Let's say I move the queen, let's say to f3, and then try and play c3. This is actually not so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
To try and play like this.
I agree.
This is not so crazy.
Still, it's difficult for black to find any good moves. Maybe you have to. Can you play knight e4 just to give back the pawn?
In this, I guess it doesn't matter because we've had some moves. He did decide to take on f6.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't. That makes perfect sense, of course.
Okay. So now it's just going for the grind in the end game. We do have a couple of other moves.
So he played.
I think he played Queen F3. This position.
Yeah. So here he played Queen F3. Right. So he went Queen F3, Bishop E6, and Bishop takes F5. So this is kind of Queen F3, Queen F4. It's the same stuff. Bishop takes F5 and Bishop G8 by David. And you know what? David will be feeling pretty good, because this is now much more defendable. And I hate to say it, you're going to be putting your hand in your pocket, Askild.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so.
You're happy to do so. That's funny. I've known you 20 years. Never have you been happy.
First time for everything. But I'm a bit surprised that Nils didn't go for the Rook E1 idea, just controlling the E file.
Exactly.
And I agree with you. Now it looks a bit more difficult to kind of.
Well, I mean, basically, David has got all the weaknesses defended now.
Yeah.
Right? And there's some cohesion to his position. The bishop is defending, the queen is defending, the rook is coming to E8. And there's just a little bit more cohesion, as I say.
So what can White play in this position?
Well, White can play. Well, okay, so the main move you look at is Rook E1, but after Rook E8, you realize that you don't know if you want to exchange rooks. So what do you play? You could play Rook D1.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really make too much sense. I mean, the natural move for me here is to try and create some luft for the king with a lazy-looking move like H3, because I'm scared of this back rank stuff. I don't really know what else to suggest. H3, I don't really like G3. I would probably go H3, Rook E8, and now maybe some move like Rook D1. But it feels as though really black is over the worst here. It doesn't feel too bad.
Is A5 a move at all for White? Does
White?
it achieve?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, whether to go like A5 here to threaten A, because A6 might be a threat in some positions. And if black
and also
goes
just a crazy idea, maybe try and swing the rook via A4.
Yeah, I know. I knew you were thinking of that. But when you do that, he always goes D4, right?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not, because he drops B7. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
He can't do that. No, this is not crazy at all. This is not crazy at all. But we could have a long game. Yeah.
Maybe we should have a quick break soon. So
yeah. Oh my goodness. Actually, we haven't had a break for 2 hours, have we?
We can recharge.
The problem we've got is
we have the time scramble. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, actually, David's got 5 minutes. So where are we? Move 20. We could have a 3-minute or 5-minute break. It depends. Or we wait until after the time control. We could have a nice time scramble, though. 17 moves.
Yeah.
It's a lot of moves. I think we should try and stay. And then we'll have a break if they reach move 40.
I mean, I kind of like A5 now because Rook E1 doesn't achieve much. Rook D1 doesn't achieve much. You can play H3, but I mean that's a slow move if you want to.
Yeah. Well, h3 does try to, it's slow, but it does have a purpose because the back rank is always an issue. Is there anything else here that exists? Probably not. Doesn't feel like it.
I just have a dream to get the rook across and then maybe put some pressure on f6, and then you push the pawns. But that's a long way ahead, because it is quite weakened, the weak f6 pawn.
So what do you want to play? Sorry.
I want to try and get the white rook, let's say, to f4. And then try and put some pressure on f6.
Rook to f4.
Yeah, so you have to go to a5, and then rook a4, f4, perhaps.
And if rook e8, now we.
Yeah, then I was actually thinking h4.
H4.
Because
doesn't the rook want to use h4 sometimes?
Yeah, but I was thinking to get it to f4 and then have h4, g4, g5.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, some crazy Viking
chess.
That's
aggressive. Why can't we just go h3? Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You can go h3 as well.
And this check is nothing, right?
Yeah. Then it feels like white has still some attacking chances. And you can't really play d4 because of queen takes b7.
Yeah. Probably.
Maybe something like this.
Even that sometimes. Or yeah. Yeah, I mean it got more difficult. Nils definitely missed something more concrete. Yeah, it was this moment here, wasn't it? This fantastic.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, here. No, what was it?
It was
here. Sorry, wasn't it? It was rook takes e8, knight takes e8.
Yeah. Queen c4
and queen b4. What a delightful thing. Okay, Nils has gone for rook e1. So okay. Nils has gone for rook e1, which is very interesting. And rook e8, of course, by David Howell.
Yep.
Naturally.
But now I'm struggling to find a good plan for white.
Yeah, now it's the point is that,
Okay, but what about rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and then doesn't really achieve anything. And then move the bishop back to d3.
This is on the board.
And
then move the bishop to where?
To d3 to attack f6 and defend.
Okay, so you're not afraid of check. You want to go here?
Yeah.
But then you can centralize with queen e5.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Doesn't impress, does it?
Doesn't
really impress.
Yeah. But it's on the board. Oh my, they exchange rooks.
Yeah, they exchange rooks, that's the point.
I feel Nils has just given up a bit now, trying to win this game.
You think he doesn't want to win this game anymore?
No.
That's interesting.
Okay, and now you just want to play h3 or something?
Well, I don't really know what you're supposed to do now with white because black doesn't even really have any serious weaknesses. Bishop d3, queen e1, bishop f1, queen e5. I don't even think black is really worse anymore.
No, I agree. Yeah. Something went wrong for Nils at some point.
Something went horribly, horribly, horribly wrong for Nils.
And credit to David for fighting, as always. I mean, what a comeback.
I don't think David will try and win this position. I mean, David is a very optimistic player. That is true. But I don't think he'll try and win this position. I don't think he'll try and win. I don't think he'll try and win. I mean,
no, but also, I mean, White doesn't have any weaknesses either. So it's...
yeah, I mean, it should be a draw, of course.
An equal.
You could even try a move like Queen E3 here, for example.
Yeah.
And that... Can they offer a draw? I'm assuming
I think there's a 30 move rule. So like
there's a 30 move.
Yeah. So they can have a 3-fold repetition before 30 moves, but
got it.
Yeah. No, so it might just fizzle out now after move 30. Potentially.
Could do, which is a real disappointment because it was really looking
it was looking good for Nils, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And we had such an interesting position with all types of thematical sacrifices and tactics, and yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so what about? Yeah, I mean, Black will play Queen E5 no matter what. Okay.
Oh, well, okay, so Nils played H4, which is no big surprise, to be honest. So that's no really big surprise. Okay, now David has got a choice of moves, right? So Queen E1 check, King H2, Queen E5 check, G3, and now you can even just play something like B6. I mean,
yeah,
you don't have to be a genius to play this position, basically.
Yeah, the Black Queen on E5 is such a good piece, controlling everything, holding everything together.
It's just equal. I can actually see this getting to near move 30 or something like that, and then agreeing a draw of some sort. I don't think David is going to try and win this position. I can't see it happening. Not really.
I mean, could we? Okay, could we get a repetition now? If he doesn't play G3, it goes back to G1.
We could. That's one way of. But King G1 is really not I mean, King G1 isn't a move you should really play here because G3 is just so much.
Yeah, I mean, yep.
You know.
I'm just trying.
But maybe he will go King G1 and tease it. Maybe because David got in late last night, mate, and you know they're low on time, and maybe it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. I wonder if he'll tease it with King G1 here. I'll be interested to see that.
Okay, but if not, G3 and then, yeah, B6 for Black maybe, or just...
Which one?
After G3, I think
G3?
B6 looking
good.
G3,
B6, and Black is just absolutely fine.
What does White even do?
I mean, White has just got no plan here at all. Yeah. H7 is defended, F6 is defended. It just looks good for Black.
Just move the king back and forth. I don't see any.
But also, it's not like Black can really do something serious.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But in the long run, maybe it's easier for Black to get some pawns rolling.
Maybe you've got to be a little bit careful here as Black. Like, let's say White goes H5.
Mm-hmm.
And my idea is I want to put a pawn on H6 and a queen on G4. I mean, even that, the queen goes to e7, and I don't see anything super bad happening. But then queen f4 and the queen, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel like as though black can really get out of line here. Let's put it like that.
But I mean, this is a crazy idea. But can you even just move the king out of? Go to g7 if you play h5.
Which one? Sorry.
If you play h5, just play king g7.
Sorry, b6.
Yeah.
So b6, h5, king g7. Can I? I'm going to try this move.
Oh, okay.
If you take and queen g4. Now, I don't necessarily threaten anything. That's the problem. No, it's probably just, it's empty. Okay, let me give the check. And when you go away, now I go h6.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more dangerous, actually.
What about king h6?
Here?
Yep.
Wow.
I am not afraid.
I can see that. Wow.
But I guess it's playing with fire.
Like if I go f4?
Yeah, then I have to go back to e8, or I can, e8.
I don't think you can come down here because it's not perpetual check. Because I have bishop h3.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So you want to go to e8?
Yeah, and then f8, g7. But it doesn't look.
Bishop. Oh no, queen takes h5 check. Sorry, this is a threat. I would have to. Oh, maybe it's not so bad. King g2, but yeah, maybe. Okay, none of this happened. David played d4. d4 immediately, huh? Not scared. This is also fine, of course. He wants to go b6 on the next. Yeah, it's just completely fine.
Maybe bishop d5.
Bishop d5. So instead of b6, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now maybe I can go. Yeah. Now I start to think about bailing out with white with queen f5. I pretty much forced you to take, actually. But of course, this ending just should be a draw. I don't expect either side to fight too hard here. So yeah, if they get to the time control very soon, 7 minutes here for Nils. I think he's going to be really disappointed with how this game turned out. Because it's obvious things went horribly wrong for
David after the opening, right?
David after the opening, yeah, he'll be really upset.
And even though he didn't find this brilliant queen c4, queen, yeah. What was it? Queen c5, queen b5.
When? Sorry.
No, earlier in the game. No, sorry, It was queen c4, queen b4.
Yeah, queen c4, queen b4 was the way.
But anyways, I felt it was still quite promising for white, but somehow David found a way to fight back.
Incredible. Just incredible. Yeah, Nils, no real move. Let's have a look at the video. Oh, but before we go there, let's talk a little bit more. So the tournament is still in progress, okay? The Chess for Ukraine tournament. Please do get involved. 4 hours still left. And please donate at tiltify.com/@chess24. So far, we've got $4,375. And I don't think that is including the $1,000 from Malcolm Payne, who has very kindly donated that. And so we are actually at $1,000 more, which is $5,375 for Ukraine. And fantastic. It doesn't matter how big or small your contribution is, it's going to a fantastic cause via the Norwegian Refugee Council, which is helping all of the people in Ukraine at this very, very, very difficult time. And shout out to Hardy Gatti for that $1,000 donation. Absolutely brilliant.
Amazing. And it's not included the bet I'm about to lose. So there's some extra money coming in there as well.
In other news, Roman Abramovich has taken the decision to sell Chelsea.
Wow.
So Roman,
and you're a big Chelsea fan, Lawrence.
I am.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, it's kind of expected, to be honest, because what is he supposed to do? There are sanctions going on, and his position is untenable. I mean, he simply cannot keep on owning the club when his ownership would potentially lead to financial consequences for the club. So he's taken the decision, I guess, for the best interest of the club, and he will. I don't know who will be the new owner, but it's quite a shock. I mean, he's been there for 20 years now.
Yeah.
We've
had some tremendous success.
Amazing. Won the Champions League twice, Premier League, Super Cups, pretty much won everything. Europa League. And
as a Manchester United supporter, I would also love to get some new owner, but doesn't seem like it at the moment.
I just hope we don't get some guys who are just not interested in football at all, right? Because I think Roman was interested in football. I think at first he maybe thought it was more of a business thing, but I actually believe after a while he loved the club.
Yeah, and I get the impression that he went to the games.
Yeah, he went to the games as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. Exactly. So, it is very, very weird times. Now, no moves yet by Nils. He is down to 1 minute now. I mean, what is he doing?
Wow.
I mean, what is he trying to achieve here? Come on, Nils. Don't lose on time here. The advantage is gone. That much we do know. So the question is, what do you think he's trying to? I mean, Bishop D3 is just screaming out to be played, no?
What about Bishop E4? Yeah.
Well,
okay.
he went Bishop E3. This is no real surprise. Bishop D5 on the board. And now he went Queen G4. Okay, interesting. So he's looking maybe.
Could we get a repetition now?
That's how we could get the repetition.
Okay.
Queen F3. Yes, this is how we could get the repetition. Bishop D5, Queen G4. And I hate to say it's move 30. So the Brinsky is
This
going
is the story of my life, Lawrence, when it comes to bets. It's like
Yeah. Of your life, don't get me started, please. If you don't even know, you don't even know.
But I'm happy to lose this bet for a good cause. So okay.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll match what you. Come on, it's only correct.
Yep.
So if you do $100, I'll match the 100, or whatever it is you wanna do. I'll match it immediately via the website.
So I guess this is a draw from Nils.
Well, it's a draw from David. You know what? If David decides to play on here, no, it's okay.
All right.
We got a draw.
Wow.
It's a draw. Fantastic. Well, it was a very entertaining game. We have to say it was a very entertaining game. Great opening idea, and lots of missed chances for Nils Grandelius. No way to say it. It was around here. This just to quickly skip through it. In the opening, the move e4 is a much more safe way for black to play, giving the pawn back, because after takes and d5, we get a normal position. David went for the very ambitious knight takes d4, where for the moment in this position, he has 2 extra pawns, but the bishop on e7 is in big trouble. And then after this move, queen g4, it looked very dangerous for David Howell with ideas of bishop h6 and all kinds of tactics. He found an extraordinary defense with f5 and bishop f6, which looks ugly. And indeed, it looks as though there is a way to punish this with the move rook takes e8. You have to take with the knight, and now queen c4, threatening a discovered check. And now when the king goes here, to nudge the queen over one more square to go here. This is a very unusual idea. The point is you can't block it. Oops. You can't block it because after takes, the queen also very handily protects the e1 square and you win a rook. And if you now go knight d6, you can just go bishop f4. Even our move knight takes c7 looked very, very dangerous with all kinds of pins and danger for black. Bishop f8, rook e8 being the very neat trick and back rank galore tactics. But Nils went for the for something much more simplified. Still looked good for him. He's a pawn down, but with the 2 bishops. But yeah, not queen e3. It looks as though the move bishop e3 was better, looking to get a quick rook e1. And black, even though he's a pawn up, he's just too far behind in development. And white gets a big advantage. But Nils went for queen e3, queen f8. And already here, you could feel the steam running out. And David just managed to keep things alive. And this was the last moment where probably going after this pawn was just not the way forward. Probably had to go rook e1 and stay active. Forget the pawn for the moment, stay active. But no, Nils went for queen f3. And then David was able to give the pawn back, but get the last of his pieces out. And then the advantage was gone. So that's it for today. First game of this match ends in a draw. Tomorrow we've got the same time control. Of course, David will have white tomorrow. Same time, same place. Please do join the Chess for Ukraine tournament now on Chess24. Okay. And please do donate if you are able to do so. That would be absolutely phenomenal if you could. Just every little helps for these people. And you can do that on tiltify.com/@chess24. That's it. Unless you've got anything else to add, Askild, for today.
No, I think you summed it up well. Nils was in charge most of the game, but didn't take his chances, and that might come back to haunt him when David starts playing with the white pieces tomorrow. Will be another interesting game, and looking forward to it.
Absolutely. All right. That's it from us then, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Take care.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess.